Regular meeting for April 17th of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. If the secretary would please take the roll.
I can't even. So sorry.
Present.
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 Here.
Present. Thank you. I would entertain a motion for approval of the agenda with the following additions that from the Administration and Finance Committee, Resolutions 2019-180 and 2019-181 will be advancing to the full board. Is there a motion? It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the adoption of the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, abstentions, the agenda carries. I would entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes of April 3rd, 2019. It's been moved. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the minutes of April 3rd, 2019? Commissioner Meyer. If there are any corrections, they can be brought forward. We can amend them at a later meeting with it being on record. So seeing no further discussion, all of those in favor of approving the minutes, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions, the minutes are approved. Reports of officers, we have a special report reports of officers this evening. Superintendent Bangora.
All right, thank you so much. The microphones are working, so I apologize. I hope I sound loud enough. What I wanted to do right now is just to, if I could ask for Mr. Hayes and yeah, thank you so much. Absolutely. So the cart paths network at Theodore Wirth Golf Course will undergo significant upgrades beginning this summer, thanks to the generous philanthropic contribution from local businessman James Hayes and Bill. Yes, and Bill. Thank you, Mr. Hayes and Bill. Mr. Hayes grew up in North Minneapolis and has been a longtime supporter of the Minneapolis golf, particularly Wirth Golf Course. His donation of $540,000 will be used to repair and extend the cart paths at Theodore Wirth. These improvements will significantly improve playability and accessibility at Theodore Wirth Golf Course. The funds contributed by Mr. Hayes and Bill will allow MPRB staff to bid the project and begin cart path improvements in 2019. Our park system is great because of people who use our parks consistently and contribute towards making them great. Mr. Hayes and Bill are a great example to the legacy of our park system, making it better for the residents of Minneapolis. So thank you on behalf of the board, and thank you for the residents of Minneapolis. Thank you so much.
Superintendent, I'm wondering if we could do a photo.
Yes.
Bring Dick too.
Yes.
We don't have a novelty check.
Oh, yeah, we
We gotta get a blank novelty check for all of these.
It's a whiteboard.
Yeah, there you go.
Sometimes.
This way. the giant glare on.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, you can't. I was like, can't be seen. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
They're waiting for you, Dick. They're gonna go party with you.
Are there any questions? Superintendent, does that conclude your report?
No.
Okay.
more things.
Yeah.
Almost there. It'll take a little bit of time, but we'll get through it, so thank you. Okay, quick updates on some of the things we have going on with our system, which I'm very proud of. So first thing, superintendent's update, athletics, aquatics, and ice arenas. The Minnesota Vikings and TCO Performance Center hosted the USA Youth Football Heads Up Clinic on Saturday, April 6th. NPRB had approximately 25 coaches attend the clinic. The clinic featured USA football staff conducting the Heads Up certification clinics, over 125 youth coaches from Minnesota. The Minnesota Twins have set the date for this year's 6U and 8U baseball and softball glove giveaway. The event will be held on Sunday, April 28th at Wade Park, starting at 6 o'clock p.m. All NPRB, oh, we got a voice, okay, great. All NPRB 6U and 8U teams are invited. They will receive a glove, Twins cap, and baseball. We are also continuing to hire summer lifeguards and pool attendants for our beaches and pools. So get out there and go to the website and sign up and hopefully get a really wonderful job for the summer. Recreation centers and programs. New electronic monitors are being rolled out into recreation centers with displays and programs, building rentals, and other NPRB information. So we're kind of working on getting more information when you come into the centers to see what's happening. Egg hunts and spring parties are taking place throughout the organization. Please see the flyer attached. We have a flyer. If you go to the website, you will see just a variety of really amazing events from April 12th, 13th, 14th, 19th, 20th. Yeah.
There you go.
So they kind of what it is. Wonderful, thank you. So we have really great events happening throughout the city, so really take a chance, or take an opportunity to attend. I attended some of them at Armitage. It was just amazing. There must have been 500 people there, so it was a great event. Youth Development, Rec Plus 2019-2020 school year registration opens to the public on April 22nd at all Recreation or Rec Plus sites. Current programs, participants, and their siblings registered beginning April 8th. Forestry crews have received the delivery of 5,000 new trees. However, planning has been delayed due to the return of the snow, so that slowed down a little bit, but it's a really amazing sight to see the trees down at Bohemian Flats area and to see 5,000 trees there. So a chance to ride by, it's really incredible. So a recognition event was held last week for our Golden Boot and Nozzle Award winners, which is the best ice facilities at MPRB. Over 30 park keepers and crew leaders were recognized for their excellence in ice making at a brunch held at Van Cleve Recreation Center. Along with the brunch, recipients received a trophy affixed with their name. And I think the South was Pearl, Southwest was Bryn Mawr, Regional was Loring, Northeast was Van Cleve, and North was Bohannon. And the Golden Boot Award winner for Best Overall was Bryn Mawr. And they created these really cool, my apologies for showing these, but they're pretty cool. So it's the Golden Nozzle. And here is this was, actually it's the right direction, good. This is like a hockey rink, but they actually designed these and made these. And so we're going to display them here at headquarters because we're so proud of.
It's actually a ring.
It's really amazing. So we're going to move this around the system and we're going to display this because we're so proud of our staff and what they do. And if you all know, if you attend or you skate in any of these ice rinks, they do a phenomenal job. And the work they do is pretty incredible. So we recognize them when we really appreciate the work they do. And I know that for a lot of you that use the ice rinks, you recognize the work that they do every day during the winter. So congratulations to them. I'll leave these up for a little bit. Let's see here. NPRB was recently awarded an $8,000 grant from Hennepin County to conduct environmental DNA or eDNA sampling for zebra mussels in 6 Minneapolis lakes this summer. eDNA sampling is a cutting-edge, highly sensitive technique that can detect zebra mussels' DNA in lake and water. It's fascinating. This project will help NPRB understand the extent of zebra mussel infestation in our lakes and may help inform future management decision-making. So boat launches. On Wednesday, May 1st, the public boat launches at Bedeh-Makaska, Lake Harriet, and Lake Nokomis will open at 6 o'clock a.m. to 10 o'clock p.m. Minneapolis lakes became ice-free this year between April 3rd and April 10th. Ice went out on most lakes 2 to 5 days later than their long-term averages, so a little bit time there. The first lake to be ice-free this season was Loring Pond on April 3rd, and the last lake was Lake Harriet on April 10th. We have a record of 40 years of ice data for many of our lakes, so we have really good information and data that we can share. The Planning Division, Painter Park grand opening, which is really exciting. Commissioner French will speak at the reopening of the Painter Park Recreation Center, and the event is scheduled for April 29th at 5:30 p.m. Thank you, Commissioner French, for doing that. Cedar Riverside Recreation Center redesign or pre-design. Planning staff are now accepting applications for the Cedar Riverside Recreation Center's pre-design community advisory committee. Applications, which have been translated into 4 other languages, are due by May 3rd. Staff have already received 27 applications. If you're interested in serving on the CAC or the CAC for the project, applications can be found on the NPRB project website. Follow Park improvements. Community engagement is coming to an end for the Follow Park improvements project that will renovate the tennis courts, the youth athletic field, and replace playground equipment. There is one more chance to engage with staff to ensure the project is representative of the community that uses the park. Staff will be at the Follow Park Recreation Center on April 20th from 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock, or 11 a.m. to 1 o'clock p.m. in coordination with the Earth Day cleanup event. Stop by to weigh in on the proposed improvements. The project is expected to be under construction this fall. Really exciting for fall while North Side. Update on seasonal hiring. Seasonal gardeners, goal 18, 9 recalled employees will start beginning on April 22nd. We have made offers to fill the remaining openings, and if all accept and pass backgrounds and physical, we'll be on track to be done hiring by the end of April. This is earlier than years past, so we're good to see that. Seasonal park maintenance, 45 recalled employees came back starting on April 15th. Interviews, offers continue weekly until all positions are filled. They have been conducting about 10 interviews per week, and we will continue interviewing more applications as they come in. Seasonal equipment operators, 5 started on April 8th, 4 others in interview, background, and physical. We made offers to 5 that start, declined 5 other employment. We are struggling to receive qualified applicants, very competitive market for CDL drivers. It's interesting. Seasonal golf park keepers, 38 recalled employees came back starting April 1st. Offers made to 6, on track to fill all openings by the end of April. And let's see, all 6 lead inspector positions are filled for the AIS educators and inspectors. Close to filling all AIS inspector positions, on track to finish hiring by May. Let's see here, the All-Star customer service. The All-Stars of the NCAA Final Four are park board staff. 25 NPRB employees from across the entire agency came together to welcome visitors from Minneapolis who were in town for the tournament. These staff served as ambassadors to the Minneapolis Park and Recreation and were stationed at the Stone Arch Bridge and the Minneapolis Sculpture Garden. These park ambassadors provided visitors with assistance, direction, information, and overall friendly interaction. Fun was had by all, and I can testify to that. It was a lot of great comments. Many thanks to the staff who participated in this special assignment. So thank you, staff, for the work that they did during that. And I believe, again, if you need to find more flyers, we have the Earth Day cleanup flyer, which is out there, and then, of course, the Arbor Day Theater Worth flyer that you can get on the website and find it. If you have any questions, again, please contact us, but look at the website, and you can find pretty much all the information out there. So with that,
I will turn it back over to the board president, so thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Bangora. Do commissioners have any questions for this, of the superintendent's report? Seeing none, I'll just add the board's gratitude to Mr. Hayes for his incredibly generous donation. Moving on to, on the agenda through consent, I would entertain a motion for the consent agenda, resolutions 2019-174 through 2019-178.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
The consent agenda has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda? Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, I'd like to discuss 174, 175, and 177.
174, 175, and 177 have been pulled for discussion. There's no further discussion on the remainder of the consent agenda. All those in favor of the remainder of the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the consent agenda minus 174, 175, and 177 are approved. 2019-174 has been moved and seconded. Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, this is the item regarding $29,000 in additional funds for the Boom Island Bridge. Are you able to speak with this, Daniel? I just wanted clarification, because the bridge is already done and up and operating, right? So are these back payments?
President Bourne, Commissioner Meyer, a portion of this has already been spent. We were in active negotiations with both the consultant and the contractor due to the construction schedule extending beyond the anticipated date. So we did not bring this to you prior to, mostly because we were still working on receiving some of the damages for these payments from the contractor themselves.
Okay. And then my second question that I couldn't figure out from the staff report was, where exactly would these funds come from? Because I know that there was some discussion earlier about taking this money from Father Hennepin Park, since it's part of the same Central Mississippi Riverfront Park. And I just wanted to make sure that that's not happening and it's coming from the general fund, or where exactly is it coming from?
Yeah, Commissioner Meyer, when we originally brought this construction contract, I believe we brought additional funds from Regional Park O&M. We have, through change orders, reduced the overall cost that was anticipated, so we'll be returning some of that money. There are no funds from Father Hennepin coming to pay for this.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion on 2019-174? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2019-174, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. 2019-175, Commissioner Meyer.
So this is the one that approves an agreement for wildlife services, waterfowl management services with Weber Natural Swimming Pool. So, I understand the pool was closed for half of the season last year, and that was because of waterfowl. I wanted to ask, because there are some people that are going to propose later on an ordinance to apply a fine when people feed the waterfowl. Was that a problem at this park?
The feeding of waterfowl was not a
Okay.
problem at Weber Natural Swimming Pool. We do not allow any type of food inside that facility. So that was not one of the problems.
And then two other questions. I mentioned in the staff report, was it coyote dugouts or something that you're going to put there? Is that right? That
Yes, we purchased some coyote decoys
Oh, they're
over the last
decoys.
couple of years, and they're supposed to be deterrents to kind of scare the waterfowl away. But they lose their effectiveness after a period of time, unfortunately, and have to be moved a lot. But yes, we'll still use them. They're out there. We're putting things out. It's a bit of a back and forth with us and the waterfowl at Weber.
Okay. And then can you speak to the removal policies? It mentions in the report that if they're removed, they'll be donated.
Well,
In what form will they be donated?
so the waterfowl really established themselves at Weber Natural Swimming Pool last year to an extent we've never seen in the operation of the pool, and we did have the elevated bacteria levels throughout the season, more than half of the days, the pool was closed due to elevated bacteria levels. And we are highly suspicious that the waterfowl were a cause of this problem. We also had some circulation problems in the regeneration basin. So we're trying to kind of eliminate what the problems could be. So before any removal would occur of waterfowl on that site, we're really going to try hard again to deter them with the coyote decoys, with some handheld lasers. We put balls and obstacles out. There are these big bird eyes. There's Mylar. There's kind of hazing and harassing by our staff. And this contract, I know it's, this contract with the USDA would also enable us to have them come out in some of our hours after operation. Kind of the ducks apparently like to come in and set in just before dusk in order to find their place to rest for the night. So that would enable them to come out and do some additional kind of harassing and hazing, excuse me, and they would also do some nest destruction and nest searching. So it's really kind of having a more thorough approach than we were able to do in 2018 to them. And then our last resort would be to have the USDA physically remove the ducks from the site if they aren't deterred by our efforts and their efforts. And the way the USDA handles the removals is they have to trap them and remove them. It is not encouraged to try to relocate them because they say they'll come back. Even if we took them apparently as far away as Missouri, they're still going to try to make their way back because this is where they nested, this is where they learned to fly. So because they're also concerned about the success of relocation and the movement of disease, they feel that those ducks should be euthanized and then donated to like a wildlife center or a raptor center as a food source. So hopefully we don't have to get to that, but this would give us the option to do that if we needed to, if we're continuing to see their presence and our deterrents aren't working and we need to keep that pool open because of elevated bacteria levels. We also are installing a UV filter this year. I know it's not related to this contract, but that's really good news for us. And that UV filter should help us control our bacteria levels when they get really high, like we had last year. So we're hopeful we don't have to get to a removal stage in this, but we think we need to have that option because we want to be able to have that pool open so people can come out and enjoy it.
Thank you for your thoughtfulness on that and for doing everything possible to deter them before you resort to removing them. But yeah, I do think that is something necessary so that people can use Weber Pool for the whole season.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. I'll just add briefly, I think we had a staff report last season. We talked about employing robot pool cleaners. And so this is, I think, the only amenity that we have in our system that employs robots and lasers. So
there we go.
Pretty excited. I'm pretty excited about that. No further discussion. All those in favor of 2019-175 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. 2019-177 has been moved and seconded. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment quickly on it. This is for an $800,000 contract with Verizon. You don't need to come with Adam unless someone else has questions, but I just wanted to say, I wanted to carefully scrutinize all of these contracts because, Verizon is not the most reputable company. They spent a lot of money lobbying against net neutrality, for SOPA, for a lot of other laws that harm consumers, but there's not really a good alternative for us, and this was a pretty well-negotiated deal from our understanding, and it's going to, for the first time, give us truly unlimited data for all our plans, and it's about $5 cheaper per phone plan. So I just wanted to comment quickly on it and request at some future point that we have some broader discussion about our contracts with large corporations. I know we have a few coming up, like renewal of our contract with Microsoft is coming up at the end of the year. I'd like to review that and see if we're doing everything that we can to avoid unethical companies and try to support small businesses when we can.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. I'd suggest that Chair Vita, that could be taken up as a study report in the Admin and Finance Committee. There are a number of those contracts coming up, and if the board does want to have a value set discussion around some of those, a discussion item, a general discussion item, and study report would be a good place to start. So that being said, if there's no further discussion on 177, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Moving on to the Planning Committee, Chair Forney.
On behalf of the Planning Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2019-166, a resolution approving encroachment permit request submitted by Level 3 Communications on behalf of CenturyLink Systems, Inc., encroaching upon park properties at Badea, Madawaska, located within Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Resolution 2019-166 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I would ask the Secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Vita. Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Colgill.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes, 1 absent.
Eight ayes.
Sorry, I
Yep.
apologize. You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
Thank you, Secretary. The motion carries. Chair Vita.
On behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I would like to move Resolution 2019-167, resolution approving the letter of intent to purchase the Towerside Park, amending the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Capital Improvement Program to allow the 2019 allocation of $1,419,470 to the Towerside Park from the Prospect Park portion of the park dedication fee fund, and initiating a process under the land acquisition policy to determine the name for the property.
2019-167 has been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 167? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Chair Vita.
I would like to move Resolution 2019-168, resolution amending the professional services agreement C-42949 with Perkins plus Will for additional services related to design development of Towerside Park in the amount of $19,470 for a new contract total of $265,660.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
2019-168 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2019-168, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, Chair Vita. The motion carries. Chair Vita.
I would like to move Resolution 2019-169, resolution approving the sublease agreement and the assignment and assumption agreement, both related to the commons being parkland within the Minneapolis Park System and between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and the City of Minneapolis.
2019-169 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-169? Commissioner Cogill, I might ask for Assistant Superintendent Schroeder and Council Rice just to do a very, very brief overview of the resolution again for folks that may not have been watching last week. It's really significant. That said, it's 5:29, so I think we'll just resume with that after open time, and then we'll go to Commissioner Cogill. So by the time I'm done saying this, it will be 5:30, and it will be the start of our public comment period that we do every meeting for that we call open time. So this is our opportunity to hear from members of the public about virtually any topic that you want to make sure that gets to the attention of the board. So we welcome you and thank you for your comments and engaging with us. There is open time does not exceed 15 minutes with time allocated by the chair. As soon as I get a list of how many speakers I have, I will allocate that time. There's just a couple of guidelines that we ask folks to follow when they're making their comments. There are just two types of comments that we don't receive public comment on in this forum, and those are pending litigation or personnel issues. If you have any input on those, we want to hear that, but the best way out of privacy and respect for folks that may be engaged in those is to reach out to commissioners or our executive staff directly. All of our contact information is on our website. The park board also does not tolerate harassing or discriminatory comments towards anyone, so we ask folks to keep that in mind while they're making those comments. And anyone that wishes to speak up, speak during open time can do so either by calling the park board by 3 o'clock the day of, or signing up anytime before the start of open time, which is now. So I have I have 24 speakers signed up, so I am going to allocate 90 seconds per speaker. So my first speaker that I have signed up is Ross Abbey. Is Ross here this evening? Ross, if you could come forward and state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 90 seconds. If you're not able to conclude your comments in that time, you can submit them to Ms. Summers in the front row, and it'll get into the board record. But welcome, Mr. Abbey, and
thank you, Chair. My name is Ross Abbey, 128 West 27th Street, South Minneapolis. A homeowner and also a father of a third grader here in South Minneapolis. I was so excited to hear that the board is considering a plan to transition away from the use of chemical pesticides and herbicides in its land management, including for ballparks and sports fields. As I mentioned, we've got a third grade son. We spent countless hours in the parks, Whittier Park, Painter Park, Longfellow, Bryant Square. We're trying to hit every park in the city, believe it or not. My wife's played softball, my kids play soccer. And it's important to us that when we're out in that ball field with kids in the ground, that the grounds are safe, in the sense that there's no chemicals that are going to impact them near term. But beyond being safe and providing a space for recreation, I think it's really important that our parks are also contributing to community health in the broader sense, that these are areas where kids can go and be exposed to, believe it or not, soil microbes, elements of the community, of the environmental community that interface with kids' immune system, helps train their immune system. If it's just a place where there's no microbial life, I think that's bad from their health perspective, but also from an environmental perspective. So very glad to hear about the work you guys have been doing so far. I want to encourage you to continue on that, to maybe even be a pioneer for other park systems here in our district and around the country. And unless there's any questions, that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Abbey. Our next speaker is Joan Hargrave. Joan, are you here? Joan, if you would come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board.
Hi, Joan Hargrave, and I'm at 5204 Washburn Avenue South. So, as the previous speaker said, I'm also here to advocate for pesticide-free, particularly golf courses and ballparks. And I was a little surprised to learn that actually, even though the World Health Organization has documented that Roundup is carcinogenic, that is still being used on these facilities, which exposes not only the users to carcinogens, but our insect life, our plant life, our aquatic life, our bird life, because of the leaching into the surface and groundwater from these facilities. A friend of mine's a nurse, and he sent me a list of all the professional golfers that have died from exposure to Roundup. So I'd be happy to share that with anybody. I think it's still a mindset that there is no alternative to pesticides when you have highly trafficked areas, and I would just urge the park board to possibly limit traffic on the areas that are being transitioned to organic, because this is a much more sustainable and equitable system. Okay, that's what I have.
Thank you, Joan. Our next speaker is Christy Dolph. Christy, are you here this evening? Christy, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board.
Cool. Yeah, thanks so much. I'm Christy Dolph. I live at 3323 Benjamin Street Northeast. I'm a member of the Pesticide Advisory Committee. The summary of what our recommendations you're going to hear tonight. I wanted to thank Russ Henry, the chair of the committee, really for his unwavering commitment to the work of this transition, and also my fellow committee members for their time. I just want to highlight a couple takeaways from the committee for me. One is that the biggest uses of glyphosate and pesticide by volume is golf courses and sports turf. And at the same time, we know that there are experts here in our community, but also across the region and the country who have knowledge about transition for turf specifically. And so I think those are the folks we really need to be getting with on how to do this transition. I just want to say that's on the committee, we don't actually have the expertise in that turf transition. Like what we need to reorient to, we don't have quite the right makeup of experts on that committee to make that happen. So sort of reorienting and getting park staff with those folks is going to be really important, who can talk about transition away from pesticides and turf. The other thing I really want to highlight is the lack of diversity on the pesticide advisory committee. So there's not a single person of color or indigenous person on the committee. We do have disproportionate representation from folks who are white industry professionals or management professionals. And so I think many of those folks use glyphosate in their day jobs. So to transition away, we really need a more diverse community perspectives and other types of expertise.
Thank you, Ms. Dahl.
And I guess I have a written statement.
You can submit it to Ms. Summers right behind you, and it'll get into the public record. Our next speaker is Lee Samuelson. Lee, I think I saw you. Lee, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board, and welcome.
Lee Samuelson, 3932 Longfellow Avenue, and President Bourne and members of the commission, I'm here to speak in support of transitioning the turf grass areas of Minneapolis parklands off of pesticides. And the great news is that there are organic pest and weed treatments that we can use as alternatives that are well researched. And in Minneapolis, we could set an inspiring example here for innovation. And as many of you know, I came down with a treatable form of cancer last year that happened to be the same exact non-Hodgkin's lymphoma that has been found to be caused by glyphosate in Roundup. And so I have to be vigilant about what I expose myself to so that it does not come back. And I want to have some safe parks that myself and similar residents and visitors know that are pesticide free, that we can safely relax and play and heal in. And even before I knew of any illness that I had, I was collecting signatures and knocking on doors, particularly in favor of a pesticide-free vision for our parks here, out of a passion for soil health and recognizing soil fungus that has a nutritional intelligence about intelligent nutrients.
Thank you, Mr. Samuelson. If there's anything you didn't get to submit to the record, you can give it to Ms. Summers, and she can get the full statement in the record. My next speaker is Maceo Taylor. Am I reading that right? Maceo, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and welcome.
Hi, my name is Maceo. I live at 3733 46th Avenue South. I'm here again to speak about the pesticides being used in the parks and including baseball fields and golf courses. But my philosophy on things like this is just to leave things better than you found it. And the earth has been here long before us, and why I'm up here today is to increase the chance that it'll be here after us. And all I ask is for everyone out in the audience and the elected commissioners to consider the future and that my generation, because we inherit the earth you leave us. Please transition to completely organic parks in Minneapolis. Thank you.
Thank you, Maceo. Our next speaker is Joshua Schoeneman. Joshua, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds. Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Joshua Schoeneman, 1407 North 21st Avenue, Minneapolis. I'm here in support of the pesticide-free parks. I've spoken before on the ban of glyphosate, and the board has successfully passed that, and I'm so happy to see that step forward and leading all country and doing something that other places won't. So now we need to take that next step forward and be able to protect all the children, all wildlife here in Minnesota, and whatever that happens, and the people that travel here, because we don't know if that's going to be like a virus. It could be passed along just through airplane travel and stuff like that. We've seen that with the food having glyphosate in it, GMO foods. So we need to have that. On top of that, the U.S. Farm Bill last year, there was a rider on top of it to preempt us allowing pesticide bans in the parks, and I helped with representatives and called my local representatives to stop that. So I'm here urging the commissioners and the pesticide committee to keep on the hard work and to have a pesticide-free park system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schoeneman. Our next speaker is Luna Zeidner. Luna, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board. Welcome.
Hi, Luna Zeidner, 1215 8th Street Southeast. Good evening, Park Board Commission and Superintendent Albagora. My name is Luna Zeidner. I'm a student at the University of Minnesota. I study sustainable horticulture. I'm also an urban farmer, and I also have been serving the past 4 months on the Pesticide Action Committee. Tonight you're going to hear from our chair and our co-chair about the numerous ways in which we can manage our systems without the use of the chemical glyphosate. I would like to affirm that all the techniques and methods that our committee recommends are things that I have seen in my coursework at the University of Minnesota. I hope the commissioners are able to see that our recommendations are nothing if not scientifically proven to help manage weeds. And I think we have put together an impressive document that will give our park managers lots of options in place of glyphosate. However, I was a little disappointed to see that the committee itself did not properly represent the diversity of our city and of our park users. I found it quite contentious that we had several industry professionals in the room while not a single person of color sat in our committee, especially when it is known that communities of color are more likely to be affected by the associated risks of toxins like pesticides. While I understand the importance of having voices from institutions like the golf industry, it is ridiculous that we had members of our committee from these institutions either not show up or actively slow the process by questioning the moratorium's validity. If these industry representatives feel threatened by the work driven by our community, then perhaps we should question why we value their contributions. Why should we include these voices that often show themselves to be hostile? Please support the work of our committee, but please re-envision who's being included in the process.
Thank you. Thank you, Luna. Our next speaker is Willa Childress. Willa, are you here this evening? Willa Childress. Our next speaker is Julia Kobilka. Julia, are you here this evening? Julia, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board. Welcome.
My name is Julia Kobilka. My address is 2601 University Avenue Southeast. I'm here to speak on behalf of a group of University of Minnesota students. We are studying environmental science, and our project for this semester in one of our classes was to change an environmental policy. And because we all care a lot about wildlife, we wanted to ban the feeding of waterfowl in Minneapolis parks. And this is because feeding waterfowl not only poses risks to the ecosystem health and the birds' health themselves, but also there are human health risks associated as the birds can become aggressive. And so we did some research, and we found a number of cities in Texas and California that have implemented bans like this, where they impose fines for repeat offenders, people who feed the birds more than one time and are caught. And so we wanted to suggest an ordinance of this nature. And that's all. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Kobilka. I'm going to refer you to Assistant Superintendent Barrick. I think that this has already come forward with Commissioner Meyer a little bit, but if you have any questions of Mr. Barrick, you can raise your hand. Our next speaker is David Sandbeck. David, are you here this evening? Yes, sir. David, if you'd state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and welcome.
I'm David Sandbeck. I live at 717 Larpenteur Avenue East. I want to thank you, President Bourne and commissioners, for this opportunity to share a few thoughts. I'm David Sandbeck. I'm running for Minnesota's 4th Congressional District across the river, and I wanted to comment that the commitment of being pesticide-free is also about acknowledging agricultural chemicals that render land lifeless and toxic to beneficial creatures, also killing the food chain above. Chemical agriculture is imposed by the chemical industry, the U.S. government, and the financial industry. Powerful lobbyists work to impose unsustainable chemical industrial agriculture. We must not support Monsanto, Bayer, or the industry that has resulted in conflict around the world, creating unjust farming conditions in developing nations. This community stands with the oppressed. This community stands with activists, farmers, and those who will suffer the consequences of the industrial agriculture and pesticides. And today you set an example for other municipalities, states, and the whole country to protect the health, the environment of the human race. We resist corruption and big corporations. Minneapolis parks must be pesticide-free.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Stephanie Malsey. Stephanie, are you here this evening? I am. Stephanie, if you would come forward and state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 90 seconds to address the board, and welcome.
Is it once I start talking?
As soon as you, there you go.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, Stephanie Malsey, 3928 Richfield Road. I am here to speak, I'm going to read, in support of transitioning to the pesticide-free park system. Thank you for forming this committee. New research continues to come out on the fact that it's a cancer risk for non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. There's just research that's going to come out and going to come out. So I really appreciate this committee has been formed. Meg and I met in December, and we had a really great conversation about the committee and the committee, finding a way to transition effectively. And one point that we came to was really good education and talking to people about how the parks will look, and that they might not look exactly like they looked previously, but that they will be good parks to be in, that parks that kids could roll around in, people can pick off things off the ground, and have it be a much safer environment. So I appreciate the time that you guys are putting into this, and I look forward to the recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. Our next speaker is Elena Schaust. Elena, are you here this evening? Elena, if you would come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners, President Bourne, and Superintendent Bangura. My name's Elena. I live in the southwest neighborhood of Kingfield. To piggyback on what everyone has been saying before me, and not having to have repeating statements, on any given day, 4 days a week, I teach preschool and work in southwest Minneapolis. Superintendent Bangura, if you look out your window, you'll see me taking my students across the fields. Whether we've got 2 feet of snow in the ball field and we're pretending it's a snowshin, or it's impending weather that's beautiful, I have my preschoolers out there playing on those fields every day. I'm also a mother, and I've got 2 kids who have been proudly participating in Minneapolis Park and Rec sports for almost 15 years now. Also, as a person who is barely 4 months in remission from non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and having to leave my preschool and not be able to work for almost 6 months, and now only just getting back to it, it's more at the forefront of my mind, our health and our safety, having experienced what kind of impact that can have on your life. It's bad enough when it's an adult, but the thought of one of my little munchkins getting sick is all I can stand. So I think that for this evening, I just would like to say that I'm in support of Minneapolis Park and Rec transitioning away from these harmful pesticides. Thanks for your time.
Elena. Thank you, Elena. Our next speaker is Alice Madden. Alice, are you here? Alice, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board. Welcome.
My name is Alice Madden. I live at 3424 Park Avenue South. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm also commenting in support of the ending of use of pesticides in Minneapolis parks for the health of park users, young people, park workers, and for climate mitigation, and because the impacts of all of these things are disproportionately spread among us. So firstly, I just want to say that the fears of continuing to use chemicals like Roundup vastly exceed the fears of not using them. And just thinking of, what would happen if we stopped using them now? I think there's many ways to address invasive species. If anyone's looked into permaculture, there's a lot of really beautiful ecological design elements of how we can imitate nature to bring in predator bugs to eat the bug, to sort of manage the things that we deem as pests. And also the way that we're treating the soil by using Roundup is actually antithetical to getting rid of invasive species, because dandelions and all these types of weeds are simply doing their function to restore the soil that we've disrupted. That's a critical element of permaculture. And then the impacts of continued use of these chemicals is, as people mentioned, lymphoma. I know 3 people in the last 5 years who have gotten lymphoma. And then just the amount of stacking effects of all the other toxins that are in our environment. This is a great time. Our house is on fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Our next speaker is Chesney Enquist. Chesney, if you would come forward, state your name. If you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 90 seconds to address the board, and welcome.
Good evening, Chesney Enquist. As always, it's a privilege to speak before you today. I'm here to reiterate that eliminating pesticide use in our parks is required. Part of a critical process of reparations, both cultural and ecological. I'm also here to express feelings of dismay, confusion, concern around what I believe were untrue allegations of gender discrimination made by 2 female commissioners against their male counterparts at the October 17th meeting, while also introducing language to reduce action against pesticide use. Over many years, I have engaged with thousands of women residents, all calling for safe, healthy, non-toxic environments in our parks. Thousands of women actively supporting and supported by the work of these male commissioners. I ask board members to employ nonviolent communication or similar methods to respect the rights of every voice of all genders to be heard, and to maintain focus on representing the values of our community with increasing integrity. Thank you, commissioners, staff, and advisory committee members for working towards biologically managed parks. I am here, I have been here, and I will continue to be here sincerely at your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Enquist. Our next speaker is Russ Henry. Russ, if you would state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board, and welcome.
Thank you, President Bourne, Superintendent Bangora, and commissioners. My name is Russ Henry. I'm a little broken up here. I had some things to say. But when we hear from people who are suffering from cancer in our city, I would just like to use my time to have a moment of silence for the people who are suffering from non-Hodgkin lymphoma because of these horrible products. Thank you, commissioners, for your consideration of ending the use of pesticides in our parks.
Thank you.
It is among the greatest work that you are engaging in. It is inspiring and it is healing. Thank you.
Thank you, Russ. Our next speaker is Penny Fuller. Penny, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 90 seconds to address the board, and welcome.
Thank you. I'm Penny Fuller at 4106 Burton Lane. I'll just read a short bit that I put together. I'm speaking because voices are needed. Voices for people, for wildlife, for insects and plants, water and soil. Speaking up for all of these is vital to the health of our community and for the health of our planet. We sometimes forget how interconnected everything is, where there's cause and effect concerned. But nothing is without connection or effect. How we treat the environment around us is extremely important. Our public parks are a big part of our shared environment, so I'm especially invested in supporting their health and welfare. I'm here to ask you, as a community member, as a nurse who has been learning more and more about the negative effects that herbicides and pesticides bring, please allow and support our committee that's trying to transition away from these things. We'd love to see it happen as soon as possible.
Thank you, Penny. Our next speaker is Mike Lynch. Mike, are you here this evening? Mike, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 90 seconds to address the board, and welcome.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Michael Lynch. I live in the Longfellow neighborhood of Minneapolis. I am the elected co-chair of the Pesticide Advisory Committee, and was specifically leading the natural areas subcommittee of that committee. I'm here to speak up for the natural resources of the city, the endangered bees, birds, butterflies, plants. I personally found an endangered plant in one of the restoration areas which had been managed for buckthorn. And so I encourage the committee members not to throw the baby out with the bathwater and stop using best management practices just because of public concern, but really listen to those concerns and do their best to address them and still have a sound management policy.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Our next speaker is Carrie Christensen. Carrie, are you here this evening? Carrie Christensen? Oh, Carrie, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 90 seconds to address the board, and welcome.
My name is Carrie Christensen. I live at 1125 Washburn Avenue North, and I'm a beekeeper. I'm an organic gardener, and I do my best to not ingest chemicals in my food, in the air, in the water. However, I also am a big advocate of the park's natural areas, and I am the co-lead of the Invasives Action Group for Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden. I've also participated in invasives removal with Three Rivers and other organizations, and I believe that the targeted, judicious use of some pesticides can help us bring diversity back into our natural areas. I think pesticides are overused in the U.S., and I understand completely the concern with the public with pesticides, but I'm very concerned about taking away one of the tools that we have in our toolkit, in addition to hard labor and all the other methods that we use to manage the natural areas. So I would urge you to consider keeping some of those tools in the toolkit so that we can manage our natural areas and make them more beautiful for the residents to hike in and play in and bring back the diversity to those areas. So that's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Carrie. Our next speaker is Barry Lazarus. Barry, are you here? Barry, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, you have 90 seconds, and welcome.
Barry Lazarus, 1716 Colfax Avenue South, Minneapolis. Honorable Commissioners, Mr. President, Mr. Superintendent, all I want to say is that I am here on behalf of Friends of Thomas Lowry Park. We are working to give you not $540,000, but $600,000. And I look forward to working with you and Mr. Schroeder in making this happen.
Thank you so much, Barry. Our next speaker is Christian Hubble. Christian, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address. You have 90 seconds to address the board, and welcome.
Hello, my name's Christian Hubble. I'm just a citizen. I moved here 3 years ago to Minneapolis after visiting 36 states and coming to the conclusion that you guys were the last folks that seemed to care about our planet and the people on it. But what I really want to talk about here is that we not let fear trump fact. When I first moved here, I was a champion against GMOs and pesticides and evil corporations and everything that I read on Facebook. And I can't believe that they pulled the blinders over us and we didn't know what was going on. And then I came to this community and I got plugged in with the U of M, and I got plugged into the wealth of knowledge, of expertise that is here in this community, and realized, oh, actually, I don't know anything. I know very, very little. And I think that pesticides and insecticides, they're catch-all words that now the public is associating with evil. And the reality is there are pesticides and herbicides that I'm learning of that do more good than they do harm. And I just ask that you who have the power, you concede to the experts, concede to the people who have dedicated their lives to learning and doing the science and figuring out what is right and what is wrong, and make the best decision accordingly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Christian. Our next speaker is Al Flowers. Al, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 90 seconds to address the board, and welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Board. And personally, I think the three women get a hard time. So they get more of a hard time than anybody. So I just want to throw that out there before I talk about Juneteenth. And tell Superintendent Bangura and Corky, I know he probably out there listening, that we continue to move it on. And thanks for, I want to thank Don in communication, Serena with Street Reach, and Tom for continuing to move it on. We got some great ideas. I talked to the chair yesterday at the post office, running into him, and said that. And I want to keep saying and appreciating the relationship with the park and the community as we try to bring the community partners like the Urban League and Insight News and KMOJ to be a part of that collaboration, because we're not going to be here forever as individuals, but we can leave a legacy with Juneteenth. And we do so also, Commissioner Vital, we have an underground railroad. So we're going to show you, we're going to free you on Juneteenth. It's an underground railroad. I'm just saying, I've said this before, so I just want to say that that we got some great things coming, and I want to thank the park again, and tell the let's stay together and lead the women along. Even if you're out there, this is my word to you: lead the women along. My time up.
Yes.
Okay,
thank you. Thank you, Al. Our next speaker is Edna Berzaitis. Edna, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the record, 90 seconds.
I'm
and welcome.
Edna Berzaitis. I'm at 4 Grove Street, and I know that you couldn't wait for me to come back and complete my exciting history of the Hennepin Bridge on Nicollet Island. This is part 3. I want to tell you, this is one of the most frustrating and terrible projects I've ever worked on, and there's a lot of, you have to give a lot of empathy for staff for dealing with it. I looked at air photos, newspapers, historical society documents, property records, maps, that I even talked to real people. So what I found is the crossing that was put over the Mississippi River in the 1800s was located on Nicollet Island because it was a lot easier to build 2 shorter bridges over the river from Nicollet Island than a whole span over like the 3rd Avenue Bridge. So the crossing across Nicollet Island is really 2 bridges. In the 1970s, the 1878 bridge on Nicollet Island across the East Channel was replaced with the current 2 one-way bridges that carry traffic right now. Before this change, I understand there was no road under the bridge on Nicollet Island. During the 1990s, when Hennepin County built the current suspension bridge over the main channel, it added a road under the bridge on the west side of the river. This was really fantastic because for the first time it allowed a circular loop around the island. So my findings are the ownership of the public roads on Nicollet Island is varied. And can I claim my 1 minute I lost from the last meeting?
Ms. Berzaitis, I'm going to respectfully say no.
Oh, no, this is a real exciting part. Because, because see, you gave a deed to Hennepin County for highway purposes, and I'm going to give this over to Jennifer.
It'll get into the public record, and I promise we will all read it. Thank you, Ms. Berzaitis. Our next to last speaker is Nancy Brown. Is Nancy here this evening? Nancy, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 90 seconds, and welcome.
Thank you. Nancy Brown. My address is 3411 Pleasant Avenue in Minneapolis. Happy to be here. Happy you're working on pesticide-free parks. I have 3 children, 3 boys, and we use the parks a lot. I want to tell just a little story about a trip we made to the Science Museum. There was a man standing in front of a table, and he had this golf ball and a baseball cut open so you could kind of see what's inside the balls you use. And after I talked to him for about 30 seconds, it was actually clear that what he really wanted to talk about was chemicals on golf courses. And he spent years as a caddy, and he showed me how every time he picked up the ball, he'd lick it. And all the caddies did this. And the people he knew that were caddies for years all had throat cancers and mouth cancers and other forms of cancer. So I'm happy to be able to pass that story along, because that is really his passion, is sharing that information and something that he didn't know and that he was not able to protect himself from. I'm very grateful for the parks, especially the ball fields and the golf courses, but we really don't know how people, especially children, are using these spaces. So I just want to affirm that we need the spaces to be safe in every imaginable kind of way that kids could use them so that they can play freely without sustaining these kind of risks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nancy. I called earlier, and I just want to check and see if Willa Childress is here. Willa, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 90 seconds to address the board, and welcome.
Hi, Willa Childress. I live at 2966 West River Parkway. I also am an organizer with Pesticide Action Network, and we have just over 2,000 members in the state of Minnesota. I mostly work on agricultural pesticides, but I also have worked a number of times with folks across Minnesota and across the U.S. who are looking to reduce cosmetic pesticide use. And I really applaud all of you for moving forward with reducing the use of glyphosate in our parks. I really think that science continues to bolster that and support the decision that you have made for public health. And I also support a dramatic reduction in the other cosmetic pesticides that are currently used in our parks. I'll also just say that cancer has been on my mind recently. I had a good family friend pass away yesterday morning from cancer, and I have just, watching the processes that you go through when you have cancer, all the treatments, all these kind of crazy new treatments that they'll expose you to and trials that you can enroll in. And I just think it's absurd that we can't take carcinogens off the market. Thank you.
Thank you, Willa. That is my final speaker for open time. Moving back, we have a resolution on the floor. Before I move forward, before I close open time, was there anybody that signed up for open time who did not hear their name called that is here this evening? Seeing none, I am closing open time. We have a resolution on the floor. Commissioner Forney.
Yeah, my apologies. There it's going. Okay. Anyway, I had been sent a letter that was going to be read, and apparently the person wasn't able to show up. Would it be okay if I read that into the record, please?
Without objection, it's typically against our board rules. Without objection, I would allow it. Is there any objection to just having Commissioner Forney read this letter? So, Commissioner Forney, if you can read it in 90 seconds.
Thank you. Harvey Zuckman, 3500 Holmes Avenue. He was a member of the Racial Equity Subcommittee for the Master Planning of Bede-Makaska. Harriet. Two commissioners, when considering an ordinance for renaming streets and parkways under the jurisdiction of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, where it makes sense, having a process that is consistent with the city of Minneapolis should be considered. In particular, providing a method for citizens to petition for such a name change keeps the process more open to the public and welcomes more openness. Commissioner McForney's amendment to the proposed ordinance does that by providing that avenue for public engagement, yet appropriately set a high bar to petition for that so that the minority does not have undue influence in the process. I encourage NPRB commissioners to adopt the proposed amendments as part of a broader ordinance for potentially changing names of the parkways and byways that are in the jurisdiction of the NPRB. Thank you for your consideration. Harvey Zuckman.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. I'm closing open time. We have a resolution on the floor. I had asked Assistant Superintendent Schroeder and Council Rice to give a very brief overview on the Commons sublease and agreement with Green Minneapolis, just for folks that may not have joined us last week.
President Bourne, Commissioners, I'll run through this very quickly without having the PowerPoint, but essentially the issue before you results from a ruling in Hennepin County District Court that happened in February that mandates that the Park Board assume control over the Commons on May 1st of this year. As a result, the city has provided us a sublease, which essentially is leasing the land back to us several years ago through the actions that the board took. The Commons was leased to the city for some period of time concurrent with a use agreement that eventually extends to be 50 years. So this is a sublease back to the park board, and concurrent with that would be an assignment of their agreements with Green Minneapolis to manage and maintain the agreement, the commons. So as Council Rice stated last time, we don't know when the appeal will be heard, but the lease extends until the late latter of the 11:59 p.m. of 31 December of this year, or when the appeal is actually heard. Important in this action is that the costs of the Green Minneapolis contract are being satisfied by a payment to the park board of $375,000. Is that what, 375? I hope I have that amount correct. And then authorization to access an additional $90,000 of donated funds should that be needed.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. Council Rice, do you have anything to add before we go into Commissioner comments and questions?
No, Mr. Schroeder accurately and adequately summarized the agreement.
Okay, thank you, Council Rice. Moving on to discussion of the resolution, and Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you, President Bourne. I want to say that while this was unexpected, and we're still, we'll see what occurs kind of next year, I view this as an opportunity for the park board and for all the partners involved, especially Green Minneapolis, for stepping forward to continue its capacities and operation of that space. We're really looking forward to engaging with the Minnesota Sports Facility Authority and with the Minnesota Vikings and how we can best become strong partners in activating this space and really bringing it into the fold as a true Minneapolis park operated by the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. I think it's as it should be. It's a park space, and it should be with us. And so I'm looking forward to this added challenge because we are taking on additional space and in a space that's really very highly trafficked. It's going to be an interesting process, but I'm really excited about the opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. Commissioner Forney.
Yes, just a clarification. It's a weird way to ask the question, but if the $375,000 were not utilized, is it something that might transfer to us the following year?
Do you want to take a stab at that, Assistant Superintendent?
I will. President Bourne, Commissioner Forney, that amount of money would satisfy the agreement that we're taking the assignment on. So the Green Minneapolis has a contract with the City of Minneapolis for $750,000. This is the second half of that payment, so it is already obligated to Green Minneapolis. To make it sure there won't be any money left over, I don't know why Green Minneapolis would leave money on the table.
Okay, and that was only my concern, that I don't want to leave money on the table.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Is there any other discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, I will just echo Commissioner Cogill's sentiments, and I want to thank him in particular for his leadership on the issue and with bringing some folks together. Also to Superintendent Bangora, who really took this as an opportunity and recognized that when the park board on the front end of this was having these conversations, the green space in the commons was a concept. Today it's a reality that folks do rely on, and it is a neighborhood park for a lot of families and youth downtown. And I want to just thank Superintendent Bangora for recognizing that and really looking at how we can play a meaningful role in this partnership. One of the biggest users of the park is people serving people directly across the street, and just some opportunities that we have to engage with youth and families in and around downtown. I think this board continues to have some concerns about the long-term sustainability of us taking on the commons a generation at least before we had anticipated budgeting for it, which is again why that the agreements that we have go through the end of this year. So we will be in an opportunity to have that discussion again as we move into our budget season for 2020. Seeing no other discussion, I would ask Secretary Ringgold to take the roll on 2019-169.
Commissioner Vita. Aye. Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Kogill.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Abstain.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes, 1 abstain, and 1 absent.
The motion carries. Chair Viton.
I'm going to recuse myself for this next item and have.
Vice Chair Cogill, would you move?
I will move resolution, resolution 2019-170, a resolution approving a 2-year license agreement with Nice Ride Minnesota for the identification, placement, and maintenance of both bike share kiosks and dockless hubs throughout the Minneapolis parks.
2019-170 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
2019-170 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-170? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Vice Chair Cogill.
Move resolution 2019-171, a resolution to direct staff to engage in policy development related to shared mobility and to participate in cross-entity master planning processes led by Nice Ride Minnesota to best meet needs of the community.
2019-171 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Vice Chair Cogill.
I know there was a lot of discussion last time about this issue and questions about Nice Ride. I'm really excited about this particular part of our path moving forward in supporting shared mobility, not just within the parks, but throughout the city and the region. And I really want to commend Deputy Superintendent Ringgold for her leadership on working on this and keeping us in the loop throughout the process. This has been a very fluid situation. We're dealing with forces that are beyond just Minneapolis and changing how we're moving around. And this kind of forward thinking, staying ahead of the game is a great example of really thoughtful municipal planning, and I'm excited to support it.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. Commissioner Severson.
I don't know why is it so loud? I'll just talk without it. Is Nice Ride having the same?
They can't hear you on TV if you don't.
Is Nice Ride having the same issues? Okay. Thank you. Is Nice Ride having the same issues as Lyft was having with their electric and the safety concerns with the electric bikes? Do we know about any of that? Thank you.
President Bourne, Commissioner Severson. So the bikes that would be used in this particular piece are also connected to Motivate and to Lyft. I don't know if they've had recent issues with the electric bikes, but I will find out and communicate that to commissioners.
Thank you.
Point of information, Lyft recalled the bikes that were having problems.
Is there any further discussion on 171? Commissioner Severson, your light is still?
Oh, no.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of 171, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Chair, why don't I just go to Vice Chair Cogill for 172?
Okay. Resolution 2019-172, a resolution approving the 2018 to 2022 Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board's performance goals.
172 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I see Commissioner Meyer.
I'd like to propose an amendment to amend B1. So it currently reads, advise commissioners on a balanced, equitable annual budget solutions through 2022 and required levels of fund reserves as established by the MPRB financial management policies. I'd like to amend that to add to the end of it, a comma, with flexibility during periods of recession. And I'll speak to the motion.
Second.
The amendment has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. I brought this up at the last meeting. I wasn't on the committee, so I couldn't make an amendment then. But the intent behind this is to enable the superintendent to have a countercyclical financial policy so that when we're in times of recession, that we take advantage of that to buy up land when it's cheap, to not repeat what I feel are mistakes during the last recession when we severely cut our budget. So I think that's the time to start using up reserves, and as the goal was currently written, it didn't indicate that. It called for a balanced budget and maintaining the reserves every year. So I would urge other commissioners to change that. And I also talked to the staff about that. In order to really make this change, we're going to have to adjust our financial management policy, and I hope that we will do that sometime in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Is there any further discussion on the Meyer amendment? I'll just also speak in favor of it. I don't see a material difference in changing the performance measure of the superintendent advising us on the budget and our financial statuses, and I think it's a good clarification. But I do, just out of respect for Superintendent Bangora, since this directly impacts him and that this has been an ongoing dialogue and not direction, Superintendent Bangora, do you have any concerns with that amendment?
I do not.
Okay. So seeing no further discussion on the amendment, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the main motion is amended. Is there any discussion on the main motion as amended? Seeing no further discussion, I am going to ask the secretary to please take the roll on 2019-172.
Commissioner Vita. Aye. Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Cogill.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
2019-172 passes unanimously, Superintendent, so get to work. In unfinished business, I would entertain a resolution for 2019-153.
I'll move resolution 2019-153, second and final reading of resolution approving an amendment to Chapter 9 of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Code of Ordinances by adding an Article 10, setting forth the names of parkways and park roads under the jurisdiction of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and requiring the superintendent to take certain actions.
2019-153 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
2019-153 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Before I go to Commissioner Forney, I'm just going to ask Superintendent Schroeder to give us a little bit of background again for folks that may not have been here.
President Bourne, thank you. And I want to make one other comment. President Bourne, I just want to make one other comment in addition to kind of briefing. Staff has done some additional research on the parkways and park roads within the system, and what Deputy Superintendent Ringgold is distributing now is what we would like to suggest as an amendment to that list. This only deals with the list of park roads and park names, and I'll briefly highlight those. There are some renumbering that happens, but that's inconsequential relative to some of the other changes. As was noted earlier when Ms. Brasidas was standing here, and I actually did want to hear the end of it, but I'll catch up with her later. We have deleted Island Avenue East and Island Avenue West, primarily based on the research that she had done even before she shared that with you tonight. We have made some other clarifications, including the spelling of Roseway Road, and then added Main Street Southeast, which is part of the Central Riverfront Regional Park, running between Hennepin Avenue East to 3rd Avenue Southeast.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. So what staff has passed out is a staff recommended set of amendments. If there is unanimous consent, I would just ask that this be substituted with the motion that is on the floor, before we go and accept this as the main motion. Is there unanimous consent to accept this as the main motion? Which again, for the record, is just some clerical corrections. There is unanimous consent. This is now the main motion before us. Discussion on the main motion, Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. When this was first read, this ordinance request, both Commissioner Vital and I had requested that we mirror what the City of Minneapolis ordinance is as far as their street naming policy. And I asked staff to put together what they feel replicates that. And so I do have before me those recommendations by staff. I will pass those out for everybody's review, but also I'm going to pass out what the city has as far as their, somewhere in here, so that if you want to go line by line, you can do that. Anyway, I'll pass this first, and then I'll pass the other ones too. I'm proposing a modification, number 1, to draft amendment to Chapter 9 of the MPRB Code of Ordinances. Modification number 1 adds language paralleling the City of Minneapolis relative to the application of the Parkway and Park Road naming and renaming process by adding sections related to bullet point application by petition, allowing for a petition process for Parkway and Park Road naming or renaming, requiring a specified percentage of abutting property owners to support the naming or renaming of a parkway or park road. Bullet point number 2, required findings establishing a process for confirming the appropriateness of a proposed parkway or park road name. Bullet point number 3, application without petition, allowing for naming or renaming of a parkway or park road by action of the Board of Commissioners. Bullet point number 4, application fee, establishing a fee for a petition-driven process for parkway or park road naming or renaming. And bullet point number 5, hearing an application, affirming a public hearing at the Board of Commissioners consistent with methods of MPRB practices for amending an ordinance.
Commissioner Forney, it sounds like a amendment has been made. This is really the first time I'm seeing this document. There's a lot of red. Is it your intent to go through this one at a time, and that's your first amendment?
Yep.
Or I'm just a little confused by this document, seeing it for having it just handed out. There's a lot of red here.
I'm submitting this as an
This is a single amendment?
Right.
Okay.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Before we move on, that has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on the amendment? It sounds like there's a clarifying question from Commissioner Musich.
May I ask my clarifying question, President Bourne?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So if I'm reading this correctly, the proposed modifications are the components that we're seeing in red within the document. And each bullet point is a section of ordinance change that you'd like included in that subsection that we're adding for the road naming component.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Would it be possible for us to either take a couple minutes to read through this or table this for continued discussion at a future meeting, President Bourne?
No. This was introduced
Okay.
on the floor, and it was scheduled to be dealt with tonight. This is an amendment that was scheduled on the floor. So, moving on, Commissioner Meyer has discussion on the First Amendment.
Thank you. So I did have the chance to read this beforehand. Commissioner Forney sent it to me. I would recommend in the future for amendments to be passed, you should send it to everyone. I think I made the same suggestion back in October when we originally approved pesticide advisory committee. You know, it was not the best way to pass policy to, you know, for people to see amendments for the first time at the board meeting. But you know, I did have a chance to review this particular one. I feel that it's you know, not very consequential in nature because the two main changes that it makes, it enables two different ways to get a name change on the agenda. So you can do it by having a commissioner bring it forward, or by having 2/3 of the property owners along a parkway sign a petition to get it on the agenda. But then still, you know, whether we pass the main motion or this one, you still have to get 6 votes on the park board. I think it's really unlikely that you would see the 2/3 provision ever used. You know, most people that have commented on the prospective renaming of Calhoun Parkways have been against it, and I don't think there's any clamoring to change any of the other parkways because of all the you know, inconveniences it would bring. So I think it's kind of mostly pointless and harmless at the same time, but you know, the provision about you know, allowing 2/3 of property owners to sign a petition and then get this on our agenda just kind of rubs me the wrong way because it doesn't have any provision for renters and harkens back to, I don't know, the days when you had to be a property owner to vote. So I appreciate the you know, desire to be consistent with the city, but you know, my opinion is probably that the city has it wrong on this. And so while it's probably not consequential, like I don't think anyone would use it, I don't want to, you know, reinforce the precedent that we already have by saying that property owners matter more than renters.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Musich to the amendment.
Thank you, President Bourne. I had a question for council on the ability for commissioners to be sending amendments to motions that will be before the board via email to each other, and whether or not that would violate open meeting law. If you could please speak to that. Thank you.
Council, I would go ahead.
Mr. President, Commissioner Musich, that's a good question. We don't really have anything in the rules or procedures about communicating amendments in advance of the meeting. One way to do it would be for the chair or the secretary to include an amendment with an agenda. That would be appropriate means of communication, because in essence the agenda then and amendment would be shared with all the board members at the same time and all the members of the public at the same time. And I don't, if it was done in that fashion, I don't think there would be any violation of any open meeting law. The board would risk, if there was a communication with a majority of a quorum of the committee with the amendment in advance, that depending on how it was circulated could risk violation of the open meeting law.
Okay, thank you. So in the interest of not violating open meeting law, I would appreciate if we could be provided with guidance from either staff or the board president on how we should proceed with providing amended motions in the future to ensure that people have adequate time to review them.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. I'm happy to provide that guidance again. If there's any amendment that any commissioner would like to introduce and make sure that the board has access to it in time for consideration, that amendment could be submitted to the secretary in advance. It sounds like there had been some work put into this prior to the deadline for the agenda going out. So a proposed amendment the secretary could have put under petitions and communications for the agenda, and that would have been something that everybody would have been able to see. So that's the process that I would continue to encourage. Commissioner Meyer was for the second time, it sounds like. It's Commissioner Forney's amendment. I will go to Commissioner Forney first.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification, and I was trying to be so sensitive to the open meeting law and in conversing with anybody about it. As you all know, I did request to staff at our last meeting if they could, draft something. In hindsight, maybe I should have asked, staff to forward it to all of you directly. But in lieu of that, I did converse with people. I'm not trying to make this more arduous. There is no intent of that at all. The intent truly is to give a consistency, to those in Minneapolis of just how our procedures are. And so therefore to mirror what the city of Minneapolis is. What I appreciate what the city has, and since they've had this policy for quite some time, and it has been, how should I say, updated or modified or everything through time and everything, is that it is something that, in essence, it's a two-way street, that we as commissioners can forward something, but also giving the ability to those on a roadway to consider, perhaps, if they would like to change. And I'm not proposing that anybody does or doesn't, it's really, I have talked about the elephant in the room, about Calhoun, if that's what our, goal is and everything, that is one set of, shall we say, lane of way to go. But if, let's say, residents of a certain area wish to address a change, for whatever reason it might be, I feel that there should be a path, and it should be a clear path for them to all understand. And I think it should be a high threshold. So the 2/3 is what the city has, and I respect that is a noble thing. I agree with Commissioner Meyer that there is something that is not equitable about not being able to include, those who are renting. Unfortunately, rental leases are not a public record, so how we access those, I'm open to, whatever suggestion, but I believe that, yes, there should be equal voices given. I just am not aware of a legal way that we can proceed with that. So anyway, thank you, and I apologize that I was not able to forward this to everybody, but I thought I would be breaking open meeting law, and I hope that you will all seriously consider it and support it.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner French for the first time.
I want to echo Commissioner Meyer's thoughts of we don't have to be like the city of Minneapolis. Back in the late 1800s, when the whole ideal of an independent park board came up, the whole idea was for the park board to have independence and make up some of their own rules and some of their own decisions that affect the folks who use our parks. So I don't have a problem with having a procedure that's different from Minneapolis. I don't have a problem. That doesn't bother me at all. I believe that the 9 folks that sit on this dais have a responsibility to do what's right for the people in this city. We could come up with a procedure to try to placate everybody who is a stakeholder, but at the end of the day, it's the folks that sit up on this dais to make the decisions about this process, and I think this process needs to remain at the park board. We don't need to be trying to mirror other municipalities about the rules and laws. I think we've got enough people up here with enough heart, dedication, and love of this park system to make that decision the right way, and we don't have to just do whatever the city has to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Vita for the first time.
Thank you, President Bourne. I just want to echo some of Commissioner French's comments in that we don't need to echo what the city is doing, but I also think that there are some policies in place or some things that the city may be working on. I can recall some of the comments about spitting and lurking were in regards to the city was doing it and we were just kind of following along to be consistent with what was happening in the city. So For me, the reason why I asked for us to look at the city's policy is for transparency purposes, so that we could have some consistency for the people who live in the city of Minneapolis, and a process in place that could possibly be a little easier to understand if the city and the park board both had the same policies in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. I didn't see between, going to the second round, I didn't see between Meyer and Musich who was first for the second time. I will go with Commissioner Musich for the second time.
Thank you, President Bourne. Before I make my comments specifically to this, could you let me know when in advance of a meeting we would need to provide things to the Secretary to be included for petitions and communications?
Good question.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. I think a good guideline, but I don't have the authority to set that expectation, but I think a good guideline would be I think it would be helpful for folks to see it the Monday or Tuesday that prior to the meeting. The agenda goes live typically on Fridays. A Monday or Tuesday would give the courtesy to all commissioners to be able to see something. And obviously there will be from time to time, as there was tonight, minor amendments on the floor, but I can't direct the board. I can only give guidance. But I think with substantial amendments, giving commissioners at least a full business day of common courtesy would be helpful for folks.
Okay, and I understand our goal is to get our colleagues the changed language as soon as possible. I'm wondering technologically when it would need to be submitted to staff for inclusion. Perhaps Secretary Ringgold could speak to that to ensure that it does get posted for people.
President Bourne, Commissioner Musich, technically this is something that happens within a matter of minutes in order to be able to put something up. The biggest concern would be if you do send something, to make sure you actually call me or John so that we know that it came in. So if we're caught in meetings for a full day, that it doesn't get lost within our emails. But it's not a time burden in terms of getting something up on the agenda under a P&C.
Okay, thank you very much, Secretary Ringgold. I appreciate the additional information. I've made note of that and will do my best to abide by that guideline. I appreciate us trying to provide clarity for homeowners, particularly property owners along parks themselves. Not everyone in the city even realizes that the park board is a separate entity from the city and may not even think to look to what our ordinances are. So I think it would be incredibly helpful to people if we were trying to be consistent in areas where it makes sense to be consistent, such as this. I would love if we could also continue to explore, perhaps with our colleagues at the city, ways to allow renters of properties along these areas to be able to participate in a petition process, particularly as we do get more and more percentages of our citizenry being renters. So I don't know who on staff would be tasked with that conversation, but I would like us to try to be consistent in the way that we do business if it does not have a direct impact on use of the parks themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Meyer for the second time.
So in regard to open meeting law, as I brought up back in October, you can always just post something publicly, and then once it's public, then you can share it by email. Right? So you could, I don't know, if there's a website or something that you could put it on, or maybe Facebook, or I don't know if that counts as public, but if for whatever reason you're not able to get something to the secretary by whatever time, you can always post it publicly somewhere, and then you can subsequently email us. I'd also, if council is going to be reviewing this, would suggest that they look to what the school board does, because I was talking to school board director Arneson about this issue, and she was surprised with our interpretation of the open meeting law, because they email each other all the time. Now they, so one of us might be having the wrong interpretation of it, maybe it's them. But I don't think the intent of the people who wrote the open meeting legislation was to force us to, you know, have all these discussions at the board. There are ways that you can communicate, you know, in advance so that we can properly read everything beforehand instead of debating out, you know, fine print and, you know, waiting 5 minutes to look it all over. So when the school board members are, you know, emailing each other, they are careful to not, you know, reply all to the emails, because then you're having like a back and forth conversation. But when it's just a one-way email, so the other directors, like, they seem to think that's okay. So maybe our council can confirm that one way or the other.
I would not advise that.
No way.
Okay.
We can certainly brief the board, but I'm not the legal counsel to the school board, but I want to encourage, if that's the advice that the school board has been given, I would encourage park commissioners not to follow that advice.
I'm just going to ask Commissioner Meyer to, okay. Is there any more discussion to the amendment? In briefly reading this first amendment, I'll just add, I share the sentiment about not giving property owners special rights over the larger constituency. I think that that's a flaw. I have an issue with the subjective term of under required findings of confirming the appropriateness of a proposed name or renaming. That's incredibly subjective. And the hearing on the application just seems incredibly redundant. As we are writing this in ordinance, we are required to have a public hearing to amend any ordinances in the future. So we are already following that. So that at a very first glance during this conversation are my three issues with the proposed amendment. So I will not be supporting this. Seeing no other discussion on the proposed amendment, all of those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. The amendment fails. Back to the main motion. Is there any other discussion on the main motion? Before I go to Commissioner Meyer, I just want a piece of clarification. Commissioner Forney, it looks like we've only dealt with, just out of respect to you, it looks like we've only dealt with one of what looks like a lot of proposed amendments. Do you intend to?
No, that was all, it was all
these
inclusive, yes.
It was submitted
Right.
all as one.
The bulletin points.
It was all submitted as
referred
one.
to all
Okay.
of it, yes.
Okay. Then to the main motion, Commissioner Meyer, I believe for the first time.
I just wanted to thank our unofficial historian, Edna Brzaitis, for your work on the streets. And I just wanted to confirm, did Michael go away? Oh, there he is. So we're for certain that these are not park roads now, is that correct? On Island Avenue?
President Bourne, Commissioner Meyer, as certain as we can be with the research we've been able to conduct since this was first brought forward.
Okay. When we had the Super Bowl, was it us that had to give permits to close Island Avenue? Like, I vaguely recall the people complaining about it and talking with Shane, but I don't recall if it was the parkways or the land off the roads that we gave the permit for.
President Bourne, Commissioner Meyer, I'll defer for a minute to Secretary Ringgold, and then I will come back and highlight some things in the email from Ms. Brzaitis.
So what I'm just trying to make sure we don't accidentally do is accidentally give roads away in this action that rightfully belong to the park board. Because it sounds like my memory is fuzzy on this, but I vaguely recall that we were the ones that had to give the permit before for these roads. And I'm wondering if that's going to change now, if it's going to be the cities.
President Bourne, Commissioner Meyer, I would actually have to go back and review what the permit item was, so I don't want to speak to it until I spend a little time re-looking at it, because I remember there being an issue, but I can't remember the details of it.
But with this ordinance, like if these roads aren't included on the name ordinance, but we find, if we were to find later on that, oh, they actually are ours, would this have any consequence to that, or would we still have the legal rights to it?
President Bourne, Commissioner Myers, so if we determine that we have not included a parkway or park road, staff would bring that forward to you as an amendment to this ordinance. And we would be going through a process of public hearing to bring that into the ordinance. I think at this point, because what we have found is that we do not believe they are not parkways or park roads, that we're better obligated to leave them off. And if it turns out that we find something that suggests that they are, staff would bring them back to you. I was rereading the email I received this afternoon from Ms. Brasitis, and she talked about the vacation of Grove Street that happened in 2007 when the football field was built by De La Salle High School, and she notes that the vacation of Grove Street was the responsibility of the Minneapolis City Council. She attached a copy of the vacation notice coming from the city, and it was at that time that according to the research she was able to do, that it became clear that the streets northerly of Hennepin Avenue were city streets.
Mr. President.
Council Rice.
I think what Mr. Schroeder is correct. I think it's better not to include East Island and West Island Avenue at this point. As Mr. Schroeder said, if we determine that there are park roads or parkways, they could be added later. I think with respect to the zip lining, that part of West Island Avenue, I believe, was new or newer than the original grid, and it's possible. I'm not saying this for sure when we haven't done extensive real estate research, but that part of Island Avenue that would be south of the Hennepin Avenue Bridge, where the zip lining was, may be actually Park Street. But I think it would be so short that it would be not likely we would rename just that 50 or so feet.
But we would still have to amend this ordinance
We have
to give it its original name, right?
Well, Mr. Chair, again, I think we're safer not including something we're not sure we have jurisdiction over. And if in the future it becomes evident that it is a parkway or a road under the jurisdiction of the park board, we could add it to it. I don't think we lose anything, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Meyer, by not listing it in this ordinance. We could always claim it later.
I guess my question is, should we be tabling this until we're absolutely sure, so that we don't have to go through another 3 readings of an amendment for just a tiny piece of West Island or Island Avenue or whatever?
Mr. President, Commissioner Bourne, I think that we may, it may take a long time to research that question about what the street is, and we spend a lot of time and we may still not have an answer. So I think the answer I would not wait, would be my advice.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Forney.
Yes, in light of this conversation, I really would respectfully like to ask Ms. Brasitis to complete her conversation, because really, we are making a big decision here, and I you know, and right now you're our authority.
I would second the request to hear from our historian.
Thank you.
If there is no objection and Ms. Brasitis is able to conclude her comments and we're relying on some of her expertise, I think the entire board would like to hear from her.
I'm Linda Brasitis, and to your point, Council Rice, that's what goes from the Hennepin County Bridge to Wilder Street was added. But the Park Board gave it a permanent easement. It deeded a quitclaim deed to Hennepin County that dedicated that street for highway purposes. So actually, Hennepin County
has the right to that particular street. And that's something that was very difficult to find out, and so in error, probably, I don't know whether we had the right to grant that permit for the zip line or not. Like Jennifer says, we don't know exactly what they were asking, but theoretically, Hennepin County has the easement for highway purposes for that part.
Okay.
They also, the land to enter the bridge from De La Salle High School was also deeded to Hennepin County. So.
Mr. President, I think that what Ms. Brasidas is saying probably lines up with what the changes there. As to who could name the street, whether it's the county or the park board, I guess that would be an interesting question.
Yes.
I don't think I would be ready to answer.
Yes, I don't know that, but at least I know who has the street, and I agree with the
has the
changes that
street.
Michael's suggesting, and I think it's wise to just move ahead. Commissioner Meyer, if anybody has any other questions on the other streets.
Thank you.
So this is an interesting part of history. Thank you for letting me tell it. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Brasidas. Commissioner Forney, do you have additional?
No.
comments? Is there any other discussion on the proposed ordinance change? I'll just add, I do appreciate the work that Commissioner Forney did put in to bring forward a set of amendments. I'm sorry that we didn't have some additional time to review them. But I will just say to that is something, the ordinance itself establishes the power and the authority. The board is a policy board, and should the board want to, those are policies that this board can write and staff can recommend through the Administration and Finance Committee and how that is carried out. So I'm happy to look at these. I think that there are some things that in here that I probably would support as far as outlining a process. There are some things that I probably would not. But I think if that was brought through as policy changes through the Admin and Finance Committee, it would probably get some pretty substantial support. So seeing no further discussion, I would ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Vita. Commissioner French.
Yeah.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Cogill.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
The ordinance is adopted unanimously. Moving on to petitions and communications, I will start with Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Bourne. I was not in attendance at our last meeting, but I did watch the video, and I was dismayed to see my fellow colleagues continue to treat women differently than the way that they treat men. It's incredibly disheartening to see, as both a resident of the city of Minneapolis and as an elected official, that women are not given equal respect when sharing their viewpoints. This is not something that I alone have noticed. Many of my constituents continue to reach out to me to express their dismay at this ongoing bias towards the women that serve on this board. I have requested that we receive training in implicit bias and in gender discrimination in the workplace. That has not occurred. I renew that request. In my day job life, I do not feel the way that I feel when I'm doing the work of a commissioner on this board at this dais. It is incredibly hard to watch when I'm not sitting up here what happens. I hear also from our staff how demoralizing it is to see the three of us treated the way that we are. And I would ask again that my colleagues think deeply about the way that your body language, tone, and the way that you talk to us when you are seated at this dais reflects on the way that women that work in this organization feel. Thank you for letting me speak on that topic. I also heard from a lot of people that were incredibly disappointed about the lack of transparency around the way that people were appointed to the Police Advisory Commission. I would ask again that we please make sure that when we are going to talk about something that important, that we include it on our agenda when it goes out on Friday afternoon. If people cannot believe that our process is one that is clear and straightforward, they lose faith in the process, and they cannot trust us. And that becomes very problematic if we intend to precipitate change within the system and our city. Now that the heavy stuff is out of the way, it's been a really beautiful couple of days in the park system. It's been glorious to see so many of my constituents, my friends, my family, and my neighbors out and about in the parks, enjoying themselves and building community and friendships and finding value in their life in this urban environment that we exist in. That's what gives me hope. That's what makes me work so hard for everyone that I represent. And I look forward to seeing you all in the park soon.
Thank you, Commissioner Misich. Commissioner Severson.
All right, let's try this. Is this working? No, it's not. All right. Thank you. I just want to get folks out and encourage folks all throughout the city to get out and register your children for athletics. I know on the north side particularly we're short a few baseball teams. Your son or daughter does not have to have experience. This is a great place to start. And I know that there's quite a few teams that are short, so get out, try it, encourage your neighbors to get out. Not just baseball, there's softball leagues, there's all type of wonderful things going on. So I just wanted to encourage folks to get out and be active and enjoy our wonderful park system.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to extend a huge thank you to Senator Dibble for activating a number of us elected officials regarding cutting down the trees in the proposed project of the Southwest LRT that has not been fully funded yet. They're going to be taken down very soon now. And he organized Representative Frank Hornstein, Council Member Lisa Goodman, my colleagues here, Commissioner Cogill and Commissioner Vitow and myself, to sign a letter asking them to please, until the funding to come through, to not remove the trees, not clear cut. Unfortunately, they responded. The Met Council responded that, of course, the budget is far more important than the trees. So we will be losing the trees, whether there's going to be Southwest LRT or they're not. So it's a very sad moment. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few people who will find chained to those trees when that comes. So anyway, moving forward, it is a very celebratory time this time of year. We've got Earth Day coming up, Arbor Day, so many exciting things, and whatever, it gets me very excited. And Eloise Butler is one of my favorite all-time places. My mother took us, I think, every single spring, and I'm very excited that the Friends of Eloise Butler have done the fundraising and installation of the boardwalk, and I'm pleased that they've asked me to be their speaker for that opening on the 26th. So please come between 2 and 4 for that celebration and to see and witness that beautiful installation. And I guess I will have to also concur with Commissioner Musich that there is unbalanced here as far as how we all converse with each other. I certainly hope that we all can be far more respectful. My apologies for not passing on the amendment that I suggested earlier. I hope that we can find a transparent and not breaking open meeting law of ways that we can communicate with each other about very, very important issues like this, so that we can come together and not bicker and fight, and at least come together in a mutually respectful way. So process is very, very important to me. And as Commissioner Musich indicates, if we don't follow process, we lose the public trust. It is imperative that we do follow our processes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner French.
I just kind of want to a little bit respond to what Commissioner Musich, some of her words, and how she feels about she's being treated as a woman. As a black man, I've been called a boy and been told to get on a boat by a fellow commissioner. So when you want to defend commissioners and how they're treated and talked to by other commissioners, I need you to do it for everybody, not just your friends. Because I have been disrespected by a fellow commissioner, never apologized, ever. So be consistent with it. I'm tired of it. I'm a proud black man, and I come here to fight for the folks in my community every day, and I get disrespected and told I'm bashing women because I fight for the rights of folks who have no power. That's what I do. As a black man, every day I come in here, I gotta fight everybody. So with that being said, defend everybody when you make comments like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Colgill.
Thank you, President Bourne. First, to Commissioner Forney's point regarding Southwest LRT, I too signed that letter to the chair of the Metropolitan Council regarding the trees. I've certainly concerned about that. I feel very good about the letter that was that we received in response from Chair Slawik. Especially want to just highlight a couple things so folks are aware. Estimated 1,300 trees are to be removed in the corridor, but the replacement that is going to be coming in with the landscaping plan for the Kenilworth corridor includes 1,100 new trees and almost 3,000 new shrubs, in addition to 18 acres of native seeding, et cetera. I think that certainly is going to be a difficult transition. We're going to see a lot of change, and I certainly understand why folks who use that space and live by that space and are really concerned about the viability of that space in the short term will be certainly upset, and committed to working with all of our partners in this process and keeping people informed and staying ahead of this big transition as we move into the construction staging portions of this work. But I am confident that we have the best of the best in working on this project, the project team, and I believe that the long-term goals that are associated with Southwest LRT are really laudable, and I'm excited to be a partner moving forward. I also want to say that I was very excited yesterday to meet with Carrie Christensen in the planning department regarding our comprehensive planning process. I think that we have a really great opportunity to be imaginative and expansive in how we think about the guiding vision for our park system over the next 8 or so years, 8 to 10 years, and really appreciate her reaching out. I think she's reached out to all the commissioners, so if you haven't had a chance yet, I encourage my fellow commissioners to sit down with her or just give her a call or send her your thoughts on this. I think it is a really helpful guiding document. You'll notice when any board action has the vision pieces at the top that kind of guide that action, and those come from our comprehensive plan. It's a really helpful guide for staff, and staff do most of our work here, so the more we can be involved in that process, the better and certainly excited about that work. And finally, I want to say that I hear all of my commissioners' concerns, and I certainly hear the distress in folks' voices across the board, and really want to do what I can to ensure that I am modeling respect and decency to everybody on the board. And I welcome the opportunity to sit down and talk more about how we can move that forward, and how I personally can do that myself. I wouldn't want to presume anybody else's positions here, but it certainly sounds definitely like a concern, and I will do what I can to listen and learn. I want us to be a fun board, and I ideally would like to be line dancing instead of sitting around this dais with everybody, but you know, one day, life goals.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. Commissioner Meyer. Pass. Commissioner Vita.
You didn't say it first. So first thing I want to say is I want to thank all of my colleagues there was a online petition going around that talked about ending sexual harassment, rape culture, and manipulation and harms of the mind in politics. And I just want to say that I really appreciate that a lot of my colleagues on the board signed the petition and also shared the petition on social media to encourage others to, and also to show that they signed on. So I see that as a step moving forward for us with some of the concerns that were brought up today. I hope that those of us who signed on are definitely taking that petition serious and want to learn how to work with each other better, as Commissioner Cogill said. Also, thanks to Senator Scott Dibble for reaching out to us and getting those commissioners on board to help with the trees and the project that's going on, making sure that we make some moves before things happen. Also, I want to thank the people who came today and spoke about people of color not being on the pesticide committee. That, to me, as a black woman, was one of the most important things in running for office. I wanted to make sure that people like me had voices at the table. But the sad part of that is, as a woman of color, I reached out to a couple people of color to sit on the committee, and they did not want to serve because they were not happy with the committee makeup. And so we missed the opportunity to have a couple people of color potentially serve, at least one that I would have chosen because of who was on the committee. So I think in the future we need to look at those things. If we're really talking about creating spaces for communities of color, we need to make sure that they feel safe in the spaces that we're asking them to serve on. And another thing is that, you know, we commissioners, this is our time, I feel like, to really represent the people who voted for us and to, you know, and to serve them well. So just like Commissioner Cogill said, I want to do my part for us to work better together. I want this to be more fun than it is hard to do. I don't think there's anything that any of us can do as long as we're still alive that we can't work on. There's always room for improvement. We all make mistakes. There's always time. I've reached out to several commissioners over the few weeks and just asked the question, how do we work better together? What do we need to do? What do I need to do? How can we not, it's not about fixing, it's about making the situation better. It becomes harder and harder when you have women speaking up and saying that I feel like all the women are being treated different, or people showing up and saying that they witnessed the women being treated different, or that I see like stress among my people. Like, we've heard so many things in the last few weeks that it's best for us as commissioners to come together and figure it out and not let the voters figure it out for us. That would be a sad day for our city if the voters had to figure out our problems for us. And on a much lighter note, Easter Sunday, we have a bunch of Easter festivities going on in our parks. My favorite is the helicopter drop in North Minneapolis. Hopefully this year. The helicopter will be out there because it wasn't last year. Two what?
Two parks.
Two parks, okay, yes. So on the 19th, we have the Culture Connection Hip Hop Egg Drop, which is at the East Phillips Cultural Center. And then the Flashlight Egg Hunt at Creekview are on the 19th, both of those on the 19th. On the 20th, we have the Bunny Brunch and Big Egg Hunt at Sibley Recreation Center. Then we have the Egg Hunt at Audubon. And then the Community Egg Hunt at Lake Nokomis. We really like Easter in our parks, right? And egg hunting. And then we have an egg hunt at Kenwood Park, Spring Fling Egg Hunt at Linden Hills Park, Bunny Party and Egg Hunt at Wyndham, and then the 3rd annual Spring Egg Hunt at Farview, and then the Extravaganza Egg Drop. Again, my favorite, because it includes a helicopter, weather permitting or no Twins game. Right? Last year, the problem was we couldn't fly the helicopter because the Twins game was going on. So, you see, no one knew that. I found out the hard way last year. So those are all happening over Easter weekend. I will, of course, be at the Extravaganza Egg Drop for the golden eggs and the helicopter. Join me there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. I'll just add a couple of updates. I'm sorry, Commissioner Severson?
Yeah, can you hear me if I just do this? Is that too much? Is that good? I wanted to ask a question. I don't know if I'm out of order about a statement. Am I out of order?
You're looking to make a...
I have some questions about, concerns about Commissioner Musich that I'd like to just,
Commissioner Severson, I'm not going to allow that. You can submit that as part of the public record. During petitions and communications is typically not a point to make inquiries, but you can submit something to the public record if there's something that you would like to see on a, if there's something you'd like to see on a, if you'd like to ask questions of commissioners, the appropriate place for that would probably be the Standards and Conduct Committee. I don't know, but I'm not going, if you have questions about another commissioner right now, I think probably the best place to handle that is probably offline. Moving, I'll just make a couple of comments. The Superintendent Bangora, Deputy Superintendent Ringgold, and I had met with our partners, our new partners at Green Minneapolis, talking about the upcoming, what should be an exciting point for us, the operation of the Commons starting in May. The superintendent has and staff are working on some pretty good and pretty fun ways to welcome the community members to our partnership. So I'm looking forward to that. We had I just wanted to again extend a personal thanks to Vice President Hassan, Commissioner French, Commissioner Cogill, Council Rice, and Superintendent Emeritus Merrill for attending my father's life tribute the other day. It was very touching to see so many folks that didn't know him, but it was just very touching that folks took the time out of their schedules to celebrate my father's life with me. So thank you to everybody that took the time to attend. I'll just echo what I think Commissioner Cogill had said. I mean, I think I'm hearing a lot of concern in a lot of people's voices. I'll just remind folks, I think what Superintendent Emeritus Merrill said back in November still holds true, that there are a lot of folks that are still litigating an election. I think it's very appropriate for us to have conversations around policy disagreements, but I think it's okay to have those policy disagreements. And I'm certainly willing, and I think everybody is willing, if the board to send us through the same training that we ask our staff to go through, and that's something that that this board did put forward in its budget. But I don't think that there's anybody up here that is doing anything. I would like to hope that there's nobody up here that is doing anything less than their best to work together with everyone on this board. So I will leave it at that, and recess the full board to go into committee.
I would like to call to order the Administration and Finance Committee. Will the Secretary please take the roll?
Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Severson. Here. Vice Chair Cogill.
Here.
Chair Vita.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I would like to move an approval of the agenda with removing Resolution 2019-179. All those in favor of approval of the agenda,
Can I
please.
ask a question? For what purpose are you removing the 179?
Chair Vita, Commissioner Cogill, or Vice Chair Cogill, excuse me. This was actually a request from staff. I don't know if Assistant Superintendent Schroeder would like to speak more to it.
Chair Vita, Commissioner Cogill, we are still at this late hour reviewing some of the details in the agreement between the Friends of Thomas Lowry Park. We had hoped that we would have been through that by last Friday when it was posted, but as we've gone deeper into this, there were a few other issues we wanted to resolve so that we could bring forward a fully framed document to you.
I see. And could you tell me what some of those were?
So there's a number of things that are related to how the Friends of Thomas Lowry Park would engage a contractor, what their responsibilities would be, and particularly how the park board is protected as another entity would engage a contractor to perform work on park board property. We will be bringing this back on May 1st.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Thank you. I would offer a motion to approve the agenda. All those in favor of approval of the agenda, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries.
Move the minutes Wednesday, April 3rd, 2019.
All those in favor of approval of the minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion
All
passes.
right, I'll move Resolution 2019-180, a resolution approving a donation agreement between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and Mr. James Hayes regarding cart path improvements at the Worth Golf Course 18-hole course, part of Theodore Worth Regional Park.
Any discussion? Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, Chair. Vita, I'd just like to once again thank the Hayes family. Great opportunity, great story of Northside, our Patrick Henry graduates coming back and serving their community, and I think that's awesome. I just wanted to say thank you again.
Thank you, Chair Severson. I would also like to thank the Hayes family for their wonderful donation to literally my front yard. I am excited about what we're going to see in the future and on the north side. So thanks again to the Hayes family. Any further discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-180, please signify by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? The motion passes.
I will move Resolution 2019-181, a resolution authorizing the First Amendment to the agreement and restrictive covenant dated October the 23rd, 2012, and recorded with Hennepin County Registrar of Titles on November 15th, 2012, as document number 5014375 between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and the Metropolitan Council and related terms and conditions, which I will leave at that.
Any discussion? Commissioner Severson?
Oh, sorry, no.
Any discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-181, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.
I am recalling the full meeting to order. Chair Vita.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're reading the two.
My two resolutions.
Yeah.
I gotta find them, I'm sorry. So resolution 2019-180, resolution approving a donation agreement between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and Mr. James Hayes regarding cart path improvements at the Worth Golf Course, 18-hole course, a part of Theodore Worth Regional Park.
2019-180 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all of those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Chair Vita.
Resolution 2019-181, resolution authorizing the First Amendment to the agreement and restrictive covenant dated October 23rd, 2012, and recorded with the Hennepin County Registrar on titles on November 15, 2012, as document number 5014375, between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and the Metropolitan Council, and related to terms and conditions of the Metropolitan Council's support for the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board's acquisition of the shear site within Above the Falls Regional Park, which amendment supports the settlement of litigation between Great Go Minnesota, Inc. and the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board involving the combination of certain real property owned by Great Go Minnesota, Inc.
It has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I will just say before this comes to a vote, we're voting on what I think is one of the most significant achievements of your first year, of all of our first years as commissioners. Again, we were handed what was potentially a $6 million litigation liability that would have really nothing short of crippled the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. We would have been having some real conversations about closing rec centers and having a real day-to-day impact on our service. And again, I just really want to applaud Assistant Superintendent Schroeder and Council Rice and Superintendent Emeritus Merrill for really taking some leadership and some outside of the box thinking and taking what could have been one of the biggest financial hardships that the board has faced in my 10 years and really turning around and making it something that that folks will be able to enjoy a generation ahead of schedule. So thank everybody on staff, but in particular those three, for really spearheading that work last year. It was really a monumental effort. So seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of 2019-181, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, we are adjourned. Vice Chair, well, I guess we'll call.
Vice Chair French.
Vice Chair French, would you like to call the Operations and Environment Committee to order?
Time being 7:28, I'd like to call Operations and Environmental Committee to order. Wednesday, January 26, 2018. I'd like to approve the minutes from January 26. First, I'd like to take the roll. Secretary Ringo, can you take the roll?
Certainly. Commissioner Severson.
Here, present.
Commissioner Cogill.
Here.
Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Vice Chair French.
Here.
Chair Musich.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Assistant Superintendent Barrick, I believe you have a presentation for us this evening. But first, I need to approve my agenda. We have no minute, oh, we do have minutes, okay. On behalf of the Operations and Environment Committee, we already called ourselves to order. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I made that.
Lovely, thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstentions? That motion carries. May I please get a motion to approve the minutes?
Move to approve the minutes of January 16, 2019, and the minutes of February 20th, 2019.
Thank you very much. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That motion carries. This evening, we have one study report item, the Pesticide Advisory Committee Initial Recommendations Presentation. Assistant Superintendent Barrett, please take it away. Thank you.
Chair Musich, Commissioners, thank you. It's kind of an exciting time to get this work moving forward. It's been in the works since October, so we're here tonight to share with you a presentation on the initial recommendations from the Pesticide Advisory Committee. We did share the initial recommendations as well as P's and C's in the April 3rd meeting, and now tonight we're going to take the opportunity, in a little bit I'll turn it over to the chair and co-chair for them to share their recommendations and provide an opportunity for discussion, questions, and give us some guidance in moving forward with resolutions. So Pesticide Advisory Committee was charged with researching viable alternatives to glyphosate and other toxic pesticides throughout the system, and to assist and advise us in transitioning towards pesticide-free alternatives. And really can't thank these folks enough. We had 8 meetings in the course of about 3 months, 2.5 months really. We had pretty good attendance. We had most nights at least 9 and as many as 12 or 13. So every one of these folks braved snowstorms and really put a lot of time and thought into these recommendations, and so we owe them a good deal of gratitude. I'd also like to thank Sean Canati, who donated his Volunteer of the Year stipend to provide food for these meetings, and that was a key element. So anytime people get together over food, it seems to go a little bit better. But you'll see there are the 9 commissioner appointments, and then the 6 staff appointments, and then the chair appointed by the board president and Russ Henry, and co-chair Mike Lynch was selected by the committee towards, I think it was about meeting 6 or 7. Real quick, the timeline that we've been through, like I said, this started back in October when the board approved the action to form the committee. We recruited members through the community engagement process. We had those nominations approved, and the first meeting kicked off on December 12th, and we started with kind of a conversation about how do we approach pesticides in parks, and the committee decided to break things down by land type or landscape type. So to focus on specific areas, they created some subcommittees. In the second meeting, they worked on forming norms and kind of a scope of what their work would be as a committee. And then in meetings 3 and 4, staff, and I would like to thank them as they're all here as well, Marsha Holmberg, Dave Bergstrom, Kate Ryan, and Jason Wolford from Golf. Staff came in and shared our current practices and procedures around pesticide. I shared a little bit of that with you I think back in, not February, but I think the last Ops and Environment Committee meeting, that's when I shared that kind of condensed version with you. And so the committee learned from staff what's currently happening, and then they worked as subcommittees to form recommendations, which are here before you. And I will turn it over to Mike Lynch to discuss, share with you the natural areas and wetlands.
Thank you, Commissioners and Chair Musich. I'm Mike Lynch. I am the elected co-chair of the Pesticide Committee. I'm speaking here to represent the Natural Areas and Wetlands Subcommittee, focusing on those practices in kind of the natural areas of the parks. And so, first of all, I want to express my gratitude to my subcommittee members, because it was a very collaborative process, and it wasn't any one individual that wrote the recommendations. It was a collaborative process between all of us, and I really appreciate the work they put into this. So our subcommittee consists largely of natural resource professionals and volunteers who are out there saving the prairies and lakes and, wetlands and forests of Minnesota. My boots smell like prairie smoke from a burn I did yesterday, so I kind of take issue with being accused of being an expert. I thought that was why we were here. We are very cognizant of the issues around pesticides and the way they're used in the landscape. We wouldn't use them if they were harming the environment. That's why we're using them. We're also very aware of the problems with Roundup and Roundup-ready crops and its use in our food system, and we're very concerned about that. But that's not the issue before us in deciding pesticide policy in the city of Minneapolis. The number one threat to our natural areas are invasive species, namely buckthorn, garlic mustard, cattail, red canary grass, and in dealing with these, we need to have a process in order to deal with them, and ultimately it does come down to finding the best way to deal with them. So our recommendations are, in order to best address those health and safety concerns with the way pesticides are used in our city. And in order to decrease the use of pesticide use in our city, we must do it when and where it makes sense. And that's why our committee is recommending we use a robust and integrated pest management policy. This policy is designed to, number one, prevent issues and head them off before they become a big problem, and try to use the least impact we can while still accomplishing the goal of managing these pests to prevent their damage that they cause to the environment. And so we recommend a clear and detailed plan of how to deal with pest problems in the city. Most of the recommendations, these pages, is a list of options, and starting with the least impact, and you work your way down towards ultimately, if necessary, and we've proven that nothing else will work, pesticides may be a part of that. As part of an IPM policy, the risks need to be thoughtfully considered and all measures be taken to minimize those risks, because we are trying to do the least harm, and that also includes preventing harm from invasive species. In order to build public trust in the city's policy, we call for clear and transparent processes behind any activities that are used, so the public isn't surprised. That goes for a use of pesticides, or it also goes for non-pesticide vegetation management. So that may be clear cutting a buckthorn forest with a forestry mower. That might be shocking to residents. And so it's important that we're transparent about this. Monitoring the effects of these activities are really important. We have to be able to know when a problem is arising so we can head it off before we need to do some severe intervention. And we also need to be monitoring to make sure whatever intervention we are using is not causing problems and is actually effective. We want to hire the very best staff. The Minneapolis Park Board has outstanding staff and contractors, and we want to encourage the Park Board to continue hiring the best people and encourage good training so that they can be the best possible workers for our city, so that the city of Minneapolis can be a leader in natural resource management. And since the science of ecological restoration is an evolving practice, there does need to be an opportunity to study new options, new practices that haven't been tried before, and see if they work. We strongly encourage that. And we encourage expanding our partnerships with volunteers, friend groups, corporate partnerships, the University of Minnesota researchers to do a lot of the work of doing this management. They're essential to what the city does. So our community did not find it appropriate to eliminate all pesticide use in the parks because we're acutely aware of the harms that invasive species do to the environment, but we do recommend finding ways to use them judiciously and not using them without thought and without proving that there is a legitimate need for using them. Because there are situations where herbicide is far less harmful for the environment than some of the non-pesticide options out there. That doesn't mean we're ignoring the risks. That means that we're using a thoughtful process to account for these. There's still a lot of room for improvement in land management in the city. And so I was amazed to see the amount of pesticide reduction that the staff showed us over the past several years, and I look forward to seeing them continue that progress. And hopefully some of our recommendations can be implemented right away. But on the basis of sound policy, it often can't fit on a bumper sticker. It's not like, build a wall will solve our immigration issue. It takes some actual thoughtful policy, which may not fit on a bumper sticker that you can read from a car. And so, we had crafted these policies so that we could address the issues that are facing our city and address the issues of the public scrutiny of these tools, because they really are a problem in our society. So with that, I thank the commissioners, and I'll turn it over to the chair, Henry.
Chair Musich, commissioners, thank you very much. I promise I won't cry this time. I'd like to say thanks to Jeremy and Mike and to the rest of the committee members. Committee members who are here, could you show your hands? Thank you all very much. These are the folks that have spent too many hours driving through snowstorms to get to our headquarters here and have meetings related to figuring out ways to eliminate Roundup in our park system. So I served on the Gardens Subcommittee and on the Golf and Athletic Turf Subcommittee. So I'll go ahead and give you the overview of our work from those subcommittees. Now, as far as gardens go, first I'd like to say that we're very grateful to Marcia Holmberg, MPRB Natural Resources Coordinator, who deserves great credit for reducing glyphosate use to a minimum in gardens already. We found that gardens were the lowest amount of usage of glyphosate in the system. And we're also very grateful to Caitlin Ryan, who presented to us about the use of glyphosate in gardens at MPRB. There are a few steps left to take to bring us down to zero usage in the gardens. So current practices, we only used about 53.07 ounces of glyphosate in the gardens in the last 3 seasons. So that's a very small usage amount in gardens. It's mostly being used, we found, staff presented to us, on noxious weeds. Poison ivy is one very big concern. We also have other techniques that we utilize currently in gardens that aren't glyphosate. That's smothering or solarization of the plants, so where you put something over the top of them after you cut them down so that they can't grow up. There's no sunlight for them. Burnings is an effective way that is used. Vinegar and citric acid are used to some degree in our park system currently. Pulling and cutting, the old time-tested method, pulling the weed out of the ground. And then mulching with leaf and wood materials is a common method to prevent weeds in the first place that we're using currently. We also do have some weeds of concern that that we do need to take seriously in the park system. And of course, our staff does a very good job of taking those seriously right now. Recommendations around gardens for reducing or eliminating glyphosate entirely are to utilize living ground covers, kind of like we do with the mulch, and we do some of this, quite a bit of this in the gardens already. We could do some more of this. This is in between perennial plants, up underneath shrubs. This prevents weeds from having a place to grow in the first place. Continue having staff use multiple non-pesticide cultural and mechanical controls that they're already using, like the vinegar and the pulling of weeds. Adding to that, we could add in steam. MPS is using steam. They're currently investigating use of a steam machine to eliminate weeds in some spaces. Supplementing staff and hiring youth and young people to work in the gardens, giving them trainings on how to manage spaces without pesticides can be a really wonderful career pathway for interested youth. Then we've got back to the poison ivy. We were presented from staff that really the biggest issue with poison ivy in gardens came at Minneapolis Falls Park. And so actually, my company, Minneapolis Falls Landscaping, has volunteered to care for the weeding in the gardens at Minneapolis Falls Park. Seeking other volunteer engagements like that with companies that may be willing to come in and provide a little bit of support, or resident volunteers who may be willing to do that. And it should be noted here that Sherry Brooks oversees tens of thousands of volunteer hours, primarily to help with weed management. And so perhaps, though it's not on the list, it seems like offering Sherry Brooks some more, it is on the list. Hiring more people to work with her seems like a very good idea. So then we move into golf and athletics, and I'd like to first say that we're very grateful to Jason Wolford, golf foreman at Gross Golf Course. He presented to us about glyphosate use at Gross. And we're also grateful to Dave Bergstrom, who presented to our committee on the use of Roundup at Premier Athletic Fields. We recognize that MPRB golf and athletic turf professionals are doing their best with a limited set of resources. And we'd like to talk about bringing in a wider variety of resources for golf management, golf and athletic management, especially in terms of training. It seems like the biggest resource we're missing right now is the training to transition away from the use of pesticides in golf courses and athletic fields. Golf is currently, as we understand from the staff presentations in our committee meetings, golf is currently the largest user of Roundup in the park system. And the biggest use of Roundup at golf courses, and it's not done at all the golf courses, just at some of them, is around trees. And so we actually take the glyphosate around the base of the tree, around the trunk of the tree, and the golf managers will spray those areas so that nothing is living up inside of there. Baseball and soccer fields have the second heaviest use of Roundup in the system. And if we can think about baseball and soccer fields, it's used along fence lines. In baseball fields, it's used on the ag line, especially on the warning tracks. And at golf courses, it's also used in parking lots and around fence lines in these kind of areas as well. So baseball and soccer fields being the space where youth are more likely to encounter glyphosate residues in our park system than anywhere else. So we have a number of recommendations around golf. The first recommendation that came forward was to reduce or limit the size of parkland used for golf in general. Members of our committee felt that with 7 golf courses, Minneapolis could immediately begin reducing the amount of pesticide use by reducing the amount of land that is used for golf. A few of the golf courses in Minneapolis were built on wetlands, and they do flood on a regular basis. Some of the golf courses that flood then are restored on an annual basis in the flood zones or after heavy rains, and that is where a lot of pesticide use comes in. Also in these very wet soils, a lot of fungicide is used over time in the golf courses. So one management strategy may be to let wet areas stay wet. Retrofitting some golf course areas for other uses, such as higher visibility natural areas, was recommended by our committee. Next, piloting pesticide-free management methods for some golf courses and monitoring the outcomes was our next recommendation. And this recommendation recognizes that more pesticides than just Roundup are being used in golf course management. And that if we were to pilot a pesticide-free golf course, what we'd be doing is beginning a transition of the largest space that is currently in pesticide management in the cities that could transition to organic. And so it would be an enormous boon to the local human health and to the local ecosystem if we were to be able to transition as large a space as all of our golf courses and athletic fields away from the use of pesticides. One major recommendation that came out of this that was very creative was to develop a pesticide-free certification for golf courses. That was brought forward by committee members who thought that we could be an inspiration if we decided to have turf in our athletic and golf courses that is managed without pesticides. Some other items that came up, prescription use of pesticides. Apparently in Canada, it's quite popular to have a board that will approve each and every use. Not necessarily the park board itself, but a committee of the board or some such thing that could look at each use as requested by staff and approve or deny those uses. And then educating park users about management change was also, as we heard in the natural areas selection by Mike, that was one of their recommendations, it's a similar recommendation from our committee. Posting pesticide alerts on the website was something that came forward as a way to really make sure that folks are understanding when pesticides are being used. And in addition, having large-scale signage that is in multiple languages, because right now we have really small signs and they're all in English, and certainly people who don't read English can't read them, kids can't read them, these kind of things, and parents aren't really warned when there's just a little sign kind of far off in the corner. If we had a big sign and a warning on the website, that would really help alert folks. So one of the great pieces of news I come to bring you is that there are organic golf courses and organic baseball and soccer fields being managed in park systems throughout the country right now. It is something that is totally possible, and there are cities across the nation that are moving and transitioning at this time, and some that have already transitioned. So I and other committee members have been working diligently to line up resources for the parks in case the parks would like to begin a transition towards organic management of some of these athletic and golf course spaces. So there, for instance, Osborne Organics is an organization that works with Beyond Pesticides and other granting organizations, and they go around the country and help municipalities switch over to organic management, pesticide-free management of golf courses, and they manage things even in Division I soccer, semi-pro baseball, these kind of fields that get a lot of use and have very high expectations. So piloting organic golf courses would mean bringing in some of those experts and being trained. Environmental impact quotient was something that came up. Basically, you still use pesticides, but you use less toxic or less hazardous, as deemed by maybe experts at the U. In this, what stood out in this recommendation was to partner perhaps with the Bee Lab to look at non-target organisms. So when we're using Roundup, are we also harming bees? Or are we harming soil organisms? Are we hurting the water? How are the birds doing with that? And same thing for all the rest of the pesticides. Specific use areas. We looked then, now this is kind of where it gets really technical, okay? And so we really had the golf and athletic staff tell us, okay, exactly where is Roundup used on the golf courses and in the ball fields. What we found are around fences and signs, and so we have a recommendation for use of vinegar, steam, flame, hand removal, or scuffle hoe, and you're going to see those repeated through a lot of these. I won't say them all over again. The same kind of recommendations come from ag lime, and I've got that's where the kids dive into home plate. I was corrected on this. Apparently in the home infield, we are currently using mechanical practices, which is great to remove those weeds, but we still have the parts of the ball field on the warning track and such where kids are diving around, and that is we still are using glyphosate there. Timing of weed removal is very critical, and there are some naturalist experts here on our committee that could really help with advice around timing of weed removal in order to get most effective removal. Sidewalk cracks are a place where we are using, sidewalk and parking lot cracks, we're using a lot of glyphosate, especially at the golf course and the parking lots there. Again, vinegar and steam. And a sub-recommendation here is for us to investigate working with Minneapolis Public Schools, because they do already have a machine that they are retrofitting. It's a graffiti removal machine that uses steam, and they're going to have the company that sold them that is retrofitting that to help them use that to kill weeds. So around the golf course trees, which I've mentioned, that's the largest use of glyphosate in our park system right now. The number one recommendation from our committee is, instead of killing the grass around the trees, let the grass grow around the trees. And that does happen at some golf courses, even in our system, so it's not that far outside of the norm. Line trimming of the grass around the trees is very important. Of course, being very careful with training to teach folks in the lawn crews not to damage the trees. Mulching and hand pulling in some areas, using native plants or hostas or ground covers as buffers around those trees so that we've got some kind of ground cover in those spaces. Sand bunker edges, apparently, I'm not a golfer, but apparently that's where some glyphosate gets used for management in order to keep those spaces looking really good. Again, vinegar and steam and flame, hand removal, scuffle hoe, these kind of things can work there. And then golf course renovations, when a golf course floods, then after it dries out, we'll go in and use glyphosate to kill off the weeds in those areas. And those do present a little bit bigger challenge. We need to look at larger mechanical means of getting rid of the weeds in those situations, such as using solarization, smothering everything, a sod cutting machine that'll just take stuff up, and consulting with the natural turf experts so that we could learn from them, well, how do you deal with these things when they come up? Okay, well, I'm honored to have been able to come and speak to you today on behalf of the Pesticide Advisory Committee, and be glad to take your questions.
Assistant Superintendent Barrick, if you want to join us at the dais. I believe Commissioner Severson, you were first.
Thank you, Chair Musich. First, I'd like to thank Mike and Russ. I just appreciate when people find their thing and they want to accomplish it, and it's for the greater good of the people. What I'm most excited about are the conversations that have started in North Minneapolis about this. I was at a Twins game with our school the other day with lots of parents, and it was really interesting watching the kids talk about Roundup and how this is causing cancer and it's killing our community and why are we still using this stuff? And it actually turned into, and that talk stuff, that's killing us too. Don't use that baby powder stuff. So it's really great to see this work happening in the sense that it's creating conversations in the community that I live in. And the other thing that was brought up, and just an idea, and I don't know, I haven't had a chance to look this up, is one of the dads came up to me and said, is there a drop-off site that we can get rid of the Roundup that we have? And I thought to myself, I don't know. I wasn't sure if that's something the city takes. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
The county.
The county, okay, yeah.
And not for businesses, but for individuals, residents of the county.
Okay, and they take Roundup? Okay, awesome. I'll definitely share that with that particular parent. But I just want to be extremely clear about this. Golf courses are extremely important to me and to the community that I live in. And this in no way means we're losing our course or anything bad is happening to our courses. I think I remember asking Assistant Superintendent Barrick about, is this going to have an adverse effect on our courses? And I recall you saying, no, this wouldn't. Is that still ringing true?
Commissioner Musich, Commissioner Severson, clarify this.
I said, is this going to hurt the long-term goals that we have with increasing the capacity of using our courses? Is this going to increase?
Recommending we get rid of 2 of them.
I'm sorry, is the elimination of glyphosate or pesticides
Correct.
In general?
Pesticides in general.
So golf, the feedback I've gotten from golf is there's a lot of concern about limiting pesticides. And again, pesticides is all encompassing of herbicides, fungicides, insecticides, rodenticides, right? So there's grave concern about pesticides. There is recognition that the elimination or further reduction of glyphosate, given the cases where they're using it around trees and on sidewalk cracks and stuff, that won't impact the playability of a course per se, but it would require labor and further investment in the aesthetics of the course. So either more labor to pull the weeds or an investment in planting around trees or something to that effect.
Okay. Well, reducing is good, elimination is great. So I appreciate the work and I believe in the work that you folks are doing. And once again, I just want to say thank you, and this is going to be great.
Commissioner French.
First of all, I want to say thank you for the work you've done. I met you about maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and this is probably the first conversation we talked about with reducing pesticides in our parks. And I'm happy to see that you still continue this work. I, like Kel, I want to make sure that our golf courses stay open, especially one that I have particular fondness for. So we're saying are we also looking at some of the court cases throughout the country where where there's been some liabilities attached to this, and are we liable for some stuff that may happen? Because I know there was a court case in California where a man was, he was awarded a substantial amount of money because he proved that he received cancer through the effective glyphosate. Oh, I can't pronounce that word. So, did you guys take a look at the liabilities that the park board would have to face when you guys were talking about Roundup?
Chair Musich, Commissioner French, we did not look at the liabilities, potential liabilities that anyone might face, but I do recognize that there are over 11,000 lawsuits facing Monsanto at this point, and they've just lost 3. They lost 2 in the United States and 1 in France. The 2 in the United States were for causing non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and the 1 in France was for brain damage, causing brain damage.
So maybe this is a question for Councilor Rice. Could we, if we don't make crucial decisions about this Roundup stuff or other pesticides, could the park board be held liable for a potential lawsuit in the future?
Let's see, we're in committee, Madam Chair, Commissioner French. I'm not familiar with any cases against a park board for using it. The cases I am familiar with go to the manufacturer of it and their risk. And, you know, there are a number of cases that are pending against the manufacturer of these companies, and the lawsuits have been brought by individuals against the manufacturer, not the people who use them. But, you know, it's an area that's developing in the law. I'm not aware of any litigation brought against the park board on this.
Do you know if there could be some, I know it could be potential litigation if more facts are found out in the future or more information comes to certain folks in the future? Could they start having these municipalities who, if we know that these cause cancer, unless, you know, there's been proven in a few court cases, and we decide to keep using it, could we be held liable then? Because that's
I think I'd have to undertake some additional research to really answer that question.
Thank you, Councilor Rice. Yes.
Commissioner French, one thing I might add, so all of our applicators are certified, so we take some precautions. So we have, all of our applicators are certified pesticide applicators, so they go through a training, they understand the proper personal protective equipment, and then we apply to the label. So those are kind of the precautions we take, the training, we make sure people have the proper equipment so they're not exposed. As I understand the cases in California, the gentleman was applying glyphosate almost on a daily basis around the school system. And so we don't have anyone in our system using glyphosate to that extent.
Okay. Thank you.
I missed who was first, if it was Born or Vita. Do you, either of you recall? Commissioner Vita, why don't you just go?
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. I know I'm not in this committee, but I appreciate you letting me speak. I want to say thank you to everyone who took the time to work on this committee. This is great work. Some people may know or may not know, I myself am a cancer survivor. I had 7 years of chemotherapy. I would not wish that on one person. The medication is way worse than how much fun you have in a park if something like this were to happen to someone in our parks. One of the reasons why my mother moved to Minneapolis is because we lived near landfills in Chicago and environmental dump. So I'm very familiar with how these things cause problems. I'm not even sure if that's what I got cancer from. I just know at 30 years old, I found out I had it. I spent all my 30s hooked up by a port with chemo and radiation. So it is something I would not wish on my worst enemy. So I appreciate the work that everyone is doing to make sure that no one ever has to take chemo, especially related to fun in the parks. The one thing I wanted to know, I don't know if this is a Assistant Superintendent Barrett question or committee members, the structure of the committee was just like the larger committee, right? And so how did we get a co-chair? How did we get subcommittees? Like, how did all that stuff kind of happen?
In our committee meetings, it was decided as a group that first we went through a process and figured out, well, how are we going to work together? And that's where the subcommittees came. We divided out the parks basically by land type. So golf courses, athletic, natural areas, gardens. These land types then formed the subcommittees. From there then, in, 2 meetings ago, the committee, in the first meeting, I suggested that we have co-chairs so that I didn't have to do the work all by myself, and I brought forward a set of potential draft bylaws. And in those bylaws, it called for having a co-chair that would do this kind of stuff, share the responsibilities. So in the second to last meeting, our committee voted for a co-chair. Mike.
Mike, did you want to speak to that at all?
Yeah, so as Russ described, in the beginning, we had discussed bylaws, and we realized that this project was going to be much larger than we could do as a full, 15-person committee. We wouldn't be able to cover in enough detail the different issues in order to actually do justice to these recommendations. And so we did choose to divide into subcommittees in order to divide it up among each other. And then the recommendations we're providing to you were from each subcommittee, but we did not come back and vote on each recommendation because that would have been a pretty daunting prospect in itself.
Okay. So Assistant Superintendent Barrick, is this like normal for, I think Mr. Henry said he had bylaws, and so is this normal for committees for people to just kind of like create the structure within that they want to have and have bylaws and set rules and guides? I'm talking to Assistant Super, thank you.
So this, is it normal? So we use the community engagement policy to guide us through everything. It is the first committee I've had to staff or liaison, so I relied a lot on Deputy Superintendent Ringgold for guidance and Assistant Superintendent Schroeder to make sure that we were consistent with our other advisory committees.
Okay.
And that was one of the things with the bylaws was there was an initial thought to adopt the bylaws, but that would have been inconsistent with the community engagement policy, and we encouraged the committee to think of a recommendation around the future of the committee and what it looks like, and then whether or not with that recommendation, the recommendation to this board, what bylaws could look like for this committee or other community advisory committees.
So the reason why I'm asking you these questions is because I'm a fan of having a committee that guides us along the way to get there, right? So I just need a better understanding of what it doesn't necessarily have to be this group of people, but you understand. I didn't realize that once the structure was put in, like once we put something in place, that people would then like could create something different.
So Commissioner Vital, what I would say is the committee did follow the community engagement policy. Okay. They didn't adopt bylaws. The co-chair, that is something that's consistently done in other advisory committees. If the committee feels they need a co-chair, they will select one, and that was where we landed in the end.
Okay. I must say, too, I like the recommendation of having signage in all languages posted even now as we make transitions so that people are aware of what's happening in our parks. Thanks again, everyone, for, I saw lots of hands go up, so thanks again, everyone, for your service and all that you did to make this committee a success.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bourne?
Thank you, Chair Musich. Commissioner Cogill is on the committee if you'd like to.
Commissioner Koga, would you prefer to go first, or are you okay letting
I love
Commissioner?
talking to you. Give me a chance.
All right,
Here,
Commissioner
ready to do
Kogill.
it. Thank you so much. What was I? Okay, I have some things to say. Yes, I appreciate all the work that was done over the last few months. It's impressive to see the depth of thinking that has gone on. I was very interested. I find it interesting to see that the natural areas was the area that didn't have recommendations for ending the use of glyphosate. That's counterintuitive to me, but I think that all of the recommendations seem like good ways for us to go forward. The concern that I have for all of them is that they are effectively right now, if we adopted them, unfunded mandates. And I think that it's not a question for right now, but the general thought that I would pose to my fellow commissioners is, at what level are we willing to put the resources and funding in place that is necessary to, for example, pilot a golf course that is completely not without pesticides, completely pesticide free. I think that is a question. I'm certainly willing to get to that point, but I would be loath to move forward with a lot of these recommendations without a funding source attached to them, because I don't think it would set our staff up for success, and I don't think it would set our system up for success in being leaders and demonstrating how we could truly lead in this way. I certainly have the belief that getting more volunteers and young people involved in weeding is great. I can't believe that we're going to have weeders who just enthusiastically come back volunteering to weed just forever. So, but I think it is an important piece of that work. All of that to say, I think that we need to put money behind this, and that would be the next discussion piece that I would have. I also want to say that I think that this committee should be something that continues to do some work, because we need to keep pushing this. I know that the original stead was to go through April. I know there's discussion about continuing, but I would really like to see maybe formalizing this into something that is much more long-term. Because I think that if we're going to be on the cutting edge of this work, we need to develop partnerships and deeper thinking, and that's going to require more than just recommendations that we give to staff to just take off and do what they will with. And regarding golf, it's that is going to be a big one. I personally wouldn't be too upset if we had to find other uses for that space, but I know that is a big concern for some of my fellow commissioners, and it's probably the biggest hurdle that we are going to face when we're thinking about fully, truly pesticide-free parks.
Commissioner Forney. Oh, I'm sorry, you wanted to respond.
If I may
Please
respond
go
to
ahead.
Commissioner Cowgill. We didn't put that in our recommendations, but the committee would like to continue working on this. This is only the first step of the process, so I think many of the committee members are on board with being a standing committee.
Fantastic. Thank you for that feedback. Commissioner, sorry, I'm going to check and see if Commissioner Forney's on this committee. No, she's not. Commissioner Bourne, did you want to speak?
Please. Thank you, Chair Musich. I want to thank staff and committee members for their work. I think that there are some very good immediate action steps that are coming out of these recommendations. I agree with Commissioner Cogill. I think that there is also some unfunded mandates. I think to Commissioner French's concern, and what I'm nervous about down the line, is I equate this to asbestos exposure lawsuits. When we were using asbestos and exposing employees to asbestos over the years, we were operating under a good faith assumption that it was safe. And yet there is still, with any employer that exposes their employees to asbestos, there is, as I understand it, there have been lines of liability. So I would be concerned about that. I would hope that would not be the case. But as there's a growing body of evidence that glyphosate is dangerous, I'm concerned about taking that information that we know and then still consciously putting folks in potentially harm's way. But I guess I'm a little confused on some of the recommendations. Is there a recommendation coming out of any subcommittee of this group to lift the park board's current moratorium on the use of glyphosate right now?
Not a specific recommendation from our golf subcommittee or athletic.
Okay.
The Natural Areas Committee, we didn't explicitly say we wanted to lift the moratorium, but as part of best management practices, we want all of the options available and for them to be properly assessed. And so using glyphosate would be one of the last resorts, but there are situations where the alternatives would cause more harm than the use of that pesticide if it's done in a proper way.
Okay, okay. Going back to golf a little bit, it sounds like there are some things I agree with in some of the recommendations. Some of the things I think might have been a little bit of an overreach of the charge of the charge of that committee, and I think I agree with some of the sentiments of Commissioner Severson there. But I think that there are some very valid points that are brought up there. But one of the questions that always baffles me is that, as I understand it, golf is about a 500-year-old sport. The glyphosate and man-made chemicals that folks are really having concerns about glyphosate is about 45 years old. There are some other chemicals that go back maybe about 100 to 150 years. But how did folks play golf before that without chemical applications on golf courses?
President Bourne, I'm going to defer to Jason or one of the golf. I don't know. I've only been playing golf for about 30 years, and I'm not very good.
Okay.
So, I don't,
But I don't know if I can speak up. But it was originally played in abandoned pastures, like sheep and goats were not being used yet, so not in abandoned. I'm sorry, but that's how it.
Hello, my name's Troy Cheatham. I'm a golf course foreman at Meadowbrook Golf Course.
Can you step
closer? Troy Cheetah, golf course foreman, Meadowbrook Golf Course. I'm asking a question of that caliber is a little bit ridiculous, because if you look at the history of golf and where golf began and what the sport was and the people playing it 500 years ago compared to the people in our park system that are using it today, it's apples to oranges. It's not an apples to apples comparison. So people today are looking for quality conditions, willing to pay $50-some a round to play golf. They're not looking to play in a pasture or dirt or areas where turf cannot be recovered. We'll lose our golfing public and we'll lose our golf courses. So, I mean, to ask a question about the history of golf, I mean, the history of golf has changed so much in the last 60 years compared to the last 500 years that it's just not a good comparison.
So, I mean, I've played golf like 3 times, but even within my lifetime, it's become somewhat of a different game over generations, right? Like the woods used to be called woods because they were made out of woods and wood, and now they're made out of graphite. So the game changed based on technology and expectations that were available. Is that like golf has changed over 500
The game of
years?
golf is ever changing, and the game of managing golf courses is ever changing.
Okay.
Like I said, 50 or 60 years ago, or when you had the golf boom, even 15 or 20 years ago, where people just wanted to play golf, was great. But now, in order to attract people to our golf courses, we have to be doing what other golf facilities are doing around the metro area, and that's providing conditions that they're willing to come and play. And we're not in the general fund. We're revenue-based. We need those people to come play our facilities to make sure that we can keep those facilities open. And the way to do that is to provide quality conditions. So I know there's a lot of words out there about making the golf courses pretty or other things like that. That's not what it is. It's about providing those people with quality conditions that they are willing to come and pay to play our facilities. So.
Okay.
And might I add that I don't believe we need to compromise on the quality of our turf in order to transition away from pesticide use. As I've been talking about in my presentation, there are turf managers that we can have come in and train our staff that those turf managers currently are managing without pesticides, Division I soccer fields, not what's below pro baseball, semi-pro baseball, at minor leagues, and other high use, including golf. So this is something that we don't have to compromise about the quality. We don't have to go back to pasture time or 500 years ago. We could have modern, really good golf and really strong turf without the pesticides.
Okay. I guess then I have the same question I think folks have spoken to, and Are there recommendations that I agree with Commissioner Cogill and that, and I think Commissioner Vita had said something similar about this committee's next work and next steps. I think we've all heard something that maybe it's not necessarily this group of this same dynamic and same group of people, but I think that this work is really important to continue to advise us. And I don't know if Assistant Superintendent Barrick, can you point me to some recommendations there?
So, President Bourne, next steps for the committee. We are meeting again Tuesday the 23rd, and in that meeting we'll be discussing kind of the future of the committee in terms of how frequently it will meet. We've been meeting very aggressively, obviously, like every other week, sometimes every 3 weeks, but and meeting for 2 hours at a time. And so talking about, we need to sort out how frequent should this committee be meeting. It is in the resolution that it was a 2-year appointment. We have had 2 people resign. One for the reason of I wasn't aware that this was a 2-year commitment. I was committed to this for 4 months, and the other I'm not entirely clear on. But so we've had 2 people resign. We've had several people who haven't attended 2/3 of the meetings, and that's also in the community. The other thing that's key is we operated under the original community engagement policy. You have since adopted a new community engagement policy that actually lends more guidance to advisory committees, community advisory committees like this. So a conversation around what the new policy looks like, how does this work go forward, and then there is this outstanding glyphosate moratorium. I know the original intent was the moratorium was the initial recommendations by April, before we got into the growing season. So that a recommendation towards that moratorium and what we do there. But what we wanted to do tonight was come get direction and discussion so that on Tuesday as a committee they can have a conversation about a way forward.
Okay. I'll just say one last comment, and I am hearing some recommendations that might be compelling about keeping tools in toolkits, and but within that, with all of the recommendations I'm hearing, I'm not hearing a compelling enough reason to lift the moratorium on glyphosate. So I mean, it sounds like there's a bigger conversation about what pesticides are and what pesticides are considered. But I'm just, given what we know about glyphosate, given what we will likely learn about glyphosate, I don't have a comfort level putting our staff and our volunteers and our children at risk. So, I mean, I would need some very, very compelling evidence that is contrary to the emerging body of evidence that glyphosate does not pose a significant health risk to human beings in order for me to consider lifting that moratorium. So if that's something that the committee is interested in working on, they certainly can. I think that there are, I'd like to hear if there are some other better alternatives and some other better tools in those toolboxes. But that's just me as an individual commissioner, that I'm not interested at this time in lifting that moratorium on glyphosate. I believe it's a killer. So.
And President Bourne, if I may respond, it would be very beneficial for our committee and for the park board in engaging in this work if our committee was given some appointments from people that have expertise in transition away from pesticides. And so we did have several people apply to be on the committee who are actual transition experts, and unfortunately I believe I'm the only one on the committee who actually practices transition on a daily basis.
Commissioner Forney, I missed that Commissioner Meyer is on this committee. Are you okay with him going first?
Okay.
Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. First, I want to thank everyone who put so much work into this committee. And to clarify just a few things, some of the people who spoke at open time said that they were shocked that we're still using glyphosate. So I just want to clarify, the moratorium is in effect until we actively lift it. So it would have to go through committee and pass by the board in order for that to change. Also want to acknowledge the people who brought up the concern about diversity on this committee. It's something I've brought up at previous meetings, when we were discussing the revisions that we made to our community engagement policy, I talked about that. I believe that for future committees, we have, fixed the situation so that it shouldn't happen again. I believe each commissioner individually made great appointments. When you looked at them just individually, I appointed someone who is a transgender student at the University of Minnesota, had lots of experience in the area, but the problem was first that staff made their appointments first, and then the commissioners made theirs, and so now with the change, for other committees, it'll be us appointing them first, and then staff will make appointments and try to resolve all of the areas where there are gaps in representation. A couple questions to that. You said that there were 2 resignations. Were they commissioner appointments or staff appointments who resigned?
Commissioner Meyer, they're both commissioner appointments.
Okay. I think we had 3. So I do believe that there's a lot of work that could be continued on this. I do wonder if maybe we should reconstitute the committee. I don't know if we would want to start the application all over from scratch, but we do have at least 2 resignations, and our community engagement policy now would have had 17 instead of 15. So perhaps between those 2, we could add some diversity and some transition experts. I'm not sure if that would be sufficient. But I kind of see this as a choice between roughly 4 different options. One option is we could go back to using glyphosate for the same purposes we did before. Another option is that we could keep the moratorium on glyphosate and simply maintain parks, golf courses, etc., to a lower standard. Third option is we could keep the moratorium and then reallocate labor from elsewhere in the system and keep the parks to the same standard. Fourth option is we could keep the moratorium and hire more workers to keep everything at the same standard. So some of the information that I need still to be able to make that assessment, I talked to some of the committee members and they feel that it's going to need to be staff that answer these questions, but I need to have a better understanding of those trade-offs. Like if we were to keep the moratorium and simply reallocate staff time from elsewhere, what would that mean? Would that mean we're not mowing lawns as frequently, not taking out the trash as frequently? Like, help me understand that. And then if we keep the moratorium and hire more workers, how much is that going to cost? It'd be helpful even if we had an order of magnitude, like is it 5 figures, 6, 7? Because then we'll need to analyze the trade-offs with that. Is that if it's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars, like would it be better? Would it reduce carcinogenic exposure more if we transitioned to electric vehicles or something, or would we do more with expanding teen works? Or those are the type of trade-offs that we consider in our budget process, which we're ways away from right now. I agree with Commissioner Cogill that I don't want to give an unfunded mandate without direction. I do think we should kind of try to break these down and do an a la carte, because in some areas I think we might be able to reach consensus that we don't need to maintain it to as high a standard. I mean, if it's the case that the biggest use of glyphosate was for the grass around the trees of the golf courses, that's a use that I don't think we need to keep. When it comes to invasive species, that's one that I've gotten quite a lot of feedback from people with sterling environmental credentials that they do feel that it is a useful tool for that. And I don't want to handicap that unless we're prepared to hire more staff to put those resources to it, if that's what needs to be done. And it might not be the case that it needs to be done. It might be the case that we have all these alternatives that your committee has put forward. That seems like we need to put them to the test, see how effective they are. And that was part of my intent, I did get criticized for kind of putting the moratorium in place first and then trying to figure out what we're going to do later. But I do think that was kind of necessary to prompt this innovation, and we do want to be leading the country on this. So where I'm at kind of right now is kind of leading towards option 2, where I think we should keep the moratorium for now, and if necessary, if that means that we need to keep things to a lower standard, like let's see what that looks like, see how many people notice, if there's still grass growing around the trees at the golf courses, see what problems it creates, and try the different alternatives that you have listed in your committee, and if those don't work, then we can consider hiring more resources, and that probably be timed along with our budget process.
Commissioner Forney, thank you so much for your patience.
Well, thank you for letting me speak. I'm not on this committee. First of all, I did attend a couple of the committee meetings, and I have to say how impressed I was with the degree of, the depth of knowledge of all of you that have served, and also your passion. I really appreciate that. It is an amazing resource for us, so thank you for your service. Just for clarification, you might have said it, but in the garden you use up to 18 ounces of glyphosate?
53 ounces in the gardens.
In the year? No,
in
over
3 years.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So that equated to approximately 18.
Yes.
How much in the total system is been utilized in 1 year, Jeremy? I'm asking Jeremy.
So Commissioner Forney, the estimates kind of vary, but it's around that 20 gallons to 25 gallons a year total.
Okay, 20 to 25 gallons, not ounces, okay.
Right.
Okay,
So-
that's, I didn't see that anywhere, and I just wanted to make sure it's like, okay, this is, anyway. Okay, garden's totally different. Do we have I don't know what the word is, a flamethrower?
Yeah, Commissioner Forney, yes.
We do, okay.
I wasn't sure if we just piloted it or if we actually owned it, but we actually own it.
We actually own one, because I know that the city uses it on various places already, and it's miraculous. So anyway, I'm glad that we have that tool in the toolbox as well. See now, I would agree with everyone here. I really, really would appreciate a long-term commitment. We did initiate this as a 2-year. I value so much, your input, and so hope that that will be a recommendation that will be coming forward, that you will continue. Whether or not we reconstitute, what I would like to do is that, the community engagement plan that we do have in place right now, that is what we would be utilizing. If it's a situation we have those of you who are already serving to reapply and then fill in the blanks through staff as what the community engagement, process has indicated. I would very much like you all to continue, because you are a real value. And it's my misunderstanding, but I thought that the moratorium ceased as of, whether it was April 1st or the end of April, whatever. That was my understanding, and that a recommendation was coming forward to see what we would do now. If we don't lift the moratorium, what is the impact on our system?
So Commissioner Forney, without lifting the moratorium, we'll have to become really creative primarily in golf and in our natural area restoration work. So remember, we haven't used glyphosate in the neighborhood parks since 2016, with the exception of Loring for the cattails. We have already, in the case of Loring, I'm familiar with that, we've already started to identify other products in managing cattails that are not glyphosate-based. And that's probably what we would end up doing in golf and then also athletic fields. And so one other point of clarification on athletic fields, we are talking about premier fields only. So when we say a soccer field or a ball field, it's at Parade, Boston, and Fort Snelling. And so, again, neighborhood parks, ball fields and neighborhood parks, we have not used glyphosate since 2016.
That's helpful. So the DNR is the one who enforces the noxious weed law and everything.
The Department of Ag enforces noxious
Oh,
weed
it's the
laws.
Department of Ag, thank you,
And
thank you,
pesticide
okay,
use.
all right, I spoke there. Anyway, in all of our comparisons, have we been looking what other communities in the state of Minnesota have been doing to deal with noxious weeds? Since, you know, whatever, what is it, a misdemeanor or something like that if we don't abide?
Yeah, I was really impressed with our natural areas group and the research they did to identify common practices, best practices that are used in other municipalities.
Of Minnesota?
Yeah, we interviewed several, not necessarily just municipalities, but several organizations and people who do land management, and we did get their testimony. If the commissioners would like them, we can submit them. Many of them requested to remain anonymous, but their testimony and the practices that they described, we asked about what they use pesticides for, how they use them, specifically glyphosate, what their concerns were, and their answers were very helpful.
Thank you for that clarification, because I mean, you know, to me, unless we change their policy, you know, we're kind of locked, you know. I realize that, yes, we do have potential liability of, you know, our citizens, but we're not the only ones. So you know, if there's an effort to maybe all communities address, you know, what the higher authority is demanding, you know, that I think is something that can come as a recommendation. Thank you for so much for your work.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. So did you want them to submit to us the testimonials that they received about how pesticides are being utilized in other parts of the state?
I don't have any need for them personally, but at least you've looked at them and what your recommendations via that, I'd appreciate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Vita for the second time.
Thank you for letting me speak for a second time. Assistant Superintendent Barrett, I guess you were kind of answering this, but I just need like a direct answer on this. So are you saying that we need glyphosate on golf courses and at the at Eloise Butler?
Commissioner Vita, so what I'm saying is there are uses of glyphosate on, for sure, natural areas and some in golf courses, maybe if they're managing cattails or something like that. But because the alternatives, right, can be even more toxic than the glyphosate.
Okay, and then there, the gentleman spoke about it being like that. It's not about people just actually like golfing. It's about the maintenance and like what it looks like. And so, do you feel like that's necessary? Like we have to have good-looking courses in order for people to use our courses?
Sure. So, Commissioner Vita, I would defer to golf. That's in the Recreation Department. It is enterprise. I would say that what he said is true. I think as a golfer, I don't like to go to courses that are in tough shape. And when you're looking at the number of golf courses in the metro and the cost of green fees, there is an expectation that the greens will be a certain way and the tee boxes and the fairways. And so that is one thing that did come out in the conversation too with the committee is, you know, of the 110 acres of a golf course, probably 20 to 30 are actually under a turf management regime, with the greens being the most intense, then the tee boxes, and then the fairways. So it's not that the entire golf course is under this intense management. Okay. And then we'd also, one thing that we consistently point at is, I believe it's 5 of our courses have the Audubon Society certification, which demonstrates an ecological plan and management system of the course. So we've already taken some steps.
Okay, and then my last question. Are there parts?
One moment, Commissioner Vita.
Sorry.
I think Assistant Superintendent Cox wanted to speak to the golf question you had asked, perhaps.
Thank you, Commissioner. Actually, Assistant Superintendent Barrett made my point. I was really going to say that there are at least 3 components that are interconnected in golf. That is aesthetics, experience, and quality of play. And those three things really, they're like a three-legged stool. They go well together. And when those three are at a high level, it makes courses much more attractive. And that is what a golfer is seeking. They are seeking the experience, the aesthetics, and the quality of play. And if you extract one or the other, it really changes, in some ways, your game.
Wonderful, thank you. You had an additional question, Commissioner
Yes,
Vito.
thank you. My last question is, are there parks in the system where herbicide is not used?
Commissioner Vita, yes, actually, we've had staff look at it. We do have sites that are parkland that don't have a rec center or a wading pool and could be deemed pesticide-free because we're not using any sort of chlorine, we're not using any rodenticides for the building. We do also then have parks where we could claim they're herbicide-free. So we're not using any herbicides there, but we might be using rodenticides, algicides in pools, and chlorine for the wading pools. And then there's the rest that we're managing through an integrated pest management system that was last updated in 2009.
And is there a way for us to create signage so community members know that, like, this particular park is herbicide-free, and, they will feel much safer, in the space?
Commissioner Vita, yeah, I do think that's a very reasonable lift for us, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Meyer for the second time.
So you said that in some cases you would be using non-glyphosate pesticides. You said Loring and some other places. So, that was, one thing I hope we don't do is keep a moratorium on glyphosate and then switch over to something that's even more toxic, right? So what are the non-glyphosate pesticides that you would be using in those places?
Commissioner Meyer, the one at Loring, I can't remember off the top of my head if it was a water-approved herbicide. And that is right now, we have it queued up, right? So we've just invested $130,000 in getting the Loring Pond to have less than 10% cattail cover. And so we want to maintain that investment. And so looking to other herbicides that can be used in the water and help us to maintain that 10% cattail cover. I don't know the specific labels off the top of my head. And I do know that, like, in natural areas too, again, the restoration work, there are tools that we can use, other tools that are not pesticide, but are herbicides. But when we restore an area, there is an element of knocking out the existing seed bank and setting it up. And so glyphosate is one of those tools. Other tools, we would obviously, again, use the least toxic if in the event we can't do the job with other mechanical methods.
And do you have an assessment of whether those alternatives are more or less toxic than glyphosate?
More toxic.
Not readily available right now tonight, no.
Commissioner Meyer, if I may speak to that. One of the things that has come out in the Monsanto trials is that the science that Monsanto has used to justify glyphosate and Roundup was faked. It was created for money. And so I'm hard-pressed to find a lot of trust in my heart for Monsanto, Chinachem, Syngenta, any of these big chemical companies because of the over the years, Monsanto's been responsible for DDT and a whole host of other chemicals that, when they came out, they told us all they're perfectly safe. And that's what they've been telling us about Roundup for years. Well, it turns out it causes non-Hodgkin lymphoma. So whatever else they're telling us is perfectly safe. We avoid, in my business, use of any pesticides at all, and we manage a lot of land with just a few folks.
Was that did you want to speak? Sorry.
Yeah, I don't remember if it was you, Commissioner Meyer, or Commissioner Cowgill, who expressed confusion of how glyphosate is used in natural areas management as a least risk pesticide. And one of the uses of that is because there are ways to apply it such that you can kill the target plant without killing the adjacent vegetation, which seems counterintuitive since it kills anything green. But there are ways to apply it that only address the plant you're trying to kill and not the other plants. And that's really powerful if you're working in an area where you have endangered plants growing in among the buckthorn and you need to kill the plant in question without harming those other plants. And so there are some other chemicals that are comparable in their safety. If we want to question the safety, I honestly don't recommend drinking herbicide of any kind or, licking the stumps or whatever. But there are some that are comparable but have other potential side effects, such as, one formulation which may volatilize and evaporate and affect other vegetation, or another one that's more persistent in the soil. And so that's part of the looking at the whole totality of these operations, because we can argue till we're blue in the face over whether or not glyphosate is toxic, but we also already know that gasoline exhaust is toxic, and you have to weigh all of those.
Was that the end of your questions, Commissioner Meyer?
Well, he brought up another one, because one of the recommendations was the flamethrowing, and that seems like that would create a lot of carcinogens too. That was more of a comment than a question.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Severson for the second time.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Musich. Can I have the gentleman come up from Meadowbrook again, the manager? Just to have a clear understanding, I'd like to have a few different opinions on this. In your expert opinion, is glyphosate necessary for you to keep them good-paying customers coming back to your course to keep it operating financially?
Glyphosate specifically, I would say no. The other tools that we use that are considered pesticides, absolutely.
Okay. Were you finished?
No, go ahead.
So one conversation that I want to make sure that I throw out there and that we should have at some point too is I want to make sure we're not setting our golf courses up to fail as well. I know there's some people who are opposed to golf courses, and that's fine. But there's some of us who believe that they provide a great recreational opportunity for the people in our community, our city, and heck, our state, right? So it's just a broader conversation that I want to have, and I want to make sure that we're providing our staff with the best tools to be successful. But I also want to push us to look at different ways to do things to be successful. But this in no way can be a way that we're trying to set golf up to fail. It's such a great asset in our park system.
The one caveat I want to say to saying no, we don't have to have glyphosate is, then we do need the resources to be able to take care of those areas in a separate manner.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I want to encourage, that I don't believe that necessarily golf needs to be a huge money-making kind of deal. We provide all kinds of recreation opportunities, whether it's basketball, bocce ball, softball, art. I just want to make sure that if this is could be an adverse effect financially, that we're supplying you guys with the dollars to make sure you're successful, and we're not going to hold you accountable because you just lost $30,000.
Sure. And the other thing to keep in mind is, there's 165,000 people that used our golf courses last year. And that's a very large number of people wanting to use those facilities, that love them and care about them the same way that people care about their parks, the river, the lakes, everything. So,
thank you.
You done?
Yes.
Okay, lovely. Thank you all for your comments and questions. Thank you for your presentation this evening and for chairing the committee and stewarding the committee that we formed without giving you much lead time to pull it together. It was a big lift, and I'm very impressed with the body of work that we've received out of the committee. I look forward to hearing from the committee what recommendations you believe we should move forward on in the near future, and then what we should be working on as we enter into our budgeting process. I did have a couple of questions as well. When we're looking at notification protocols, it was mentioned in the presentation, and it was mentioned kind of at length in the recommendations themselves. Did we look at the Toronto notification process that they employ at all? Okay, I would love if we could look into that. I believe what they do is that anytime they're applying pesticides, they notify all the government local government elected officials within that area to notify them that that will be occurring. So if they get questions, they're able to respond to that accurately. And then they also have a notification component set up on their website that you can sign up for and tell them like what places in the city that you'd like to be notified if pesticides are being used in that location. I know we do that already for restricted use pesticides per our IPM policy, but perhaps it would behoove us to expand that to be all pesticides that are being utilized. I really liked the idea that Commissioner Vita has for signing the parks where we know we're not utilizing pesticides and where we know we're not utilizing herbicides, so that people understand that that's how those parks are managed. Because unfortunately, a lot of the emails I've been receiving are saying, please stop putting pesticides on playgrounds and on places where I'm playing with my toddler. And we typically don't apply herbicides in those locations. Let's see. We had a lot of folks talk tonight about the studies that have been done by the WHO and other institutions about glyphosate. And from what I've read, those studies are looking at broadcast spraying for agricultural purposes. And to the best of my knowledge, we do not broadcast spray in the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board system. Is that correct, Assistant Superintendent Barrick?
That is correct.
Okay, so what application methods do we utilize, and how does our staff protect themselves when they apply those chemicals?
Sure. Commissioner Musich, most everything is a spot application. So spraying that specific plant, moving throughout the site and hitting the target plants. PPE that they'd be wearing would be gloves, goggles, long pants.
Okay, and how does that differ from when they're applying a controlled pesticide application?
So controlled chemicals may require, depending on what level it's at, a Tyvek suit, the white suit. I don't believe we've done an application of anything controlled. In my time here, we haven't.
Okay. In the interest of not opening the park board up to litigation in the future, would it behoove us to look into modifying our application protocol to ensure that our staff is protecting themselves to the highest level possible, to ensure that if in the future we find that the recommended current protocol is insufficient, that we are finding a way to try to protect the folks that are applying pesticides to the best of our ability?
Commissioner Meese, we have discussed treating glyphosate as a controlled chemical. We kind of already do that in signage. Right now, the small signs that have been referenced are the MDA controlled pesticide signs that we use. So to treat it as a controlled chemical for application is something that we've discussed and is possible.
Okay. Lovely. I'd love if we could look into that a little bit more and talk about potential implementation there. I had one more thing on here. Oh, here it is. I was wondering if anyone is aware of studies that have been done that have shown a correlation between glyphosate and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma in people that are not applicators of the chemical. Because all I could find was things that were talking about applicator exposure.
The World Health Organization study that you referenced, Commissioner Musich, was actually produced by the International Agency for Research on Cancer. And they actually studied all available science that was not funded by industry in order to come up with their conclusions. And several of those studies were related to people who had either food-based exposure, so they weren't applicators at all. Some of that was about agricultural. Several of the studies did have to do with studying people who work in park or school systems.
Okay, I guess I'll have to go through the list of studies. I didn't.
There was over 1,000 studies that the IARC went through in order to make their determination.
Yeah, and I had gone through that list. That's why I was asking if there was.
Yeah, I know there was a recent study with, the headline of 40% increase in risk. But if you read that study, it specifically says those cases that they pulled out of the 40% increased risk were specifically in the high-risk category. So that generally falls under the applicators and not the general public.
Okay. Yeah,
casual exposure.
Thank you. I had not been able to find anything beyond that, so I was just curious if you had come across that in your research. With that, I don't have any additional questions, and seeing no further discussion, thank you again so much for your time and effort, and we look forward to hearing what comes next.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Move to adjourn.
Thank you. All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That motion carries. We are adjourned.
Wow, being 5 minutes to 9, I would like to call the Planning Committee to order. Would the Secretary please call the roll? Oh, I thought you were escaping, huh?
Commissioner Severson.
Here.
Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Commissioner Vita. Here. Vice Chair Kogia.
Here.
Chair Forney.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I'll take a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Then I'll take a motion for the approval of the minutes of Wednesday, April 3rd, 2019.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. Okay, we have a couple action items.
I'll move Resolution 2019-182, a resolution authorizing entering into a limited use permit with the State of Minnesota Department of Transportation to construct, operate, and maintain a non-motorized recreational trail that lies within the right-of-way of State of Minnesota Trunk Highway 35W at Cray Park.
Great. Would people like to have a presentation or?
Yes.
Okay, we would like to have a presentation, and I think it's Stan and Christine. Thank you for sticking around, you two.
Thank you, Chair Forney, Commissioners. Not much of a presentation to go with this, but just to orient you to this item.
Point of order, could I just ask that if you're gonna have conversations, you step out of the room? Sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Daniel.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. So the area that we're speaking about with this action item is within Curry Park, but it is technically considered MnDOT right-of-way for 35W. There is a 14-foot storm sewer buried way below Curry Park in this area, and so our right to building amenities within that zone needs to have a limited use permit filed with MnDOT. In this case, we're removing a tennis court that had an existing limited use permit in accordance with the master plan and building a non-motorized trail as part of the Curry Park Phase 1 improvements project. It will also include trail lighting and vegetation, associated vegetation. And I'll, stand for questions.
Commissioner Colville.
Thank you, Chair Forney. Curious to know, since this is in MnDOT right-of-way and it's their land and they're doing some work on 35W, we ever asked them if they give us some money for some of this reconstruction or this trail development?
That wasn't the question that I did ask. What the question we did ask is we did attempt to go through a process to see if they would be willing to vacate the land to us to make it park board land. The question of funding of our trail within their right of way was not reached.
Okay. I guess maybe I'll clarify why I'm asking that question. I feel as though, MnDOT has general designs on being more, having a complete streets approach to a variety of their properties, and even in their re-envisioning I-94, that's a thought process. So I would just, I suppose, encourage the idea to be brought to the table when we're ever liaisoning with them, that they could be a partner in this work, and that would be really cool.
Thank you. Commissioner Meyer.
So, looking at the map of it, I'm just trying to figure out, is this going to be a new connection that's not there? Is it going to go over Hiawatha?
No, Commissioner Meyer, this is an internal park trail. It is connecting essentially our active use zone, which would be the new splash pad and restroom building, going sort of north adjacent to the Coyle Community Center, which would then create a new opening to the Hiawatha Trail, but terminate at the Hiawatha Trail. So there would be a new connection from within Curry Park to the Hiawatha Trail, adjacent to the Hiawatha light rail line. So it would not go over the blue line. It wouldn't go over 35W. It is simply a park trail that's within MnDOT right of way.
So the little, like the red part that extends a little bit toward Hiawatha is just a dead end, is that right?
No, it'll be a new opening to actually create a trail connection. So our Curry Park internal trail will have a new connection to the Hiawatha bike and ped trail.
Oh, okay, to that trail, right. Okay. That's great, thanks.
Thank you for that clarity. I wanted to say that I liked whoever came up with the language of associated vegetation. That was brilliant. Anyway, always entertaining. Thank you very much. With that, all those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That is moved. I'll take somebody else to move our next resolution.
Move resolution 2019-183, a resolution granting temporary construction easements and permanent easements to Metropolitan Council for sewer interceptor purposes in Minnehaha Parkway Regional Trail and Minnehaha Regional Park.
Great. Anybody like to have a presentation on this or have comments, questions regarding?
Looks like there's an amendment to it.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes. We need somebody to amend this motion. It's just been handed out. If somebody would like to.
I will move to amend the motion to add I'll just read the one whereas clause in red. Whereas the Metropolitan Council has agreed to compensate the MPRB $284,790.70 for the permanent and temporary easements along with tree restorations all related to the sewer interceptor rehabilitation.
Thank you. Like I said, does anybody have any need for, yes?
I just have a quick question.
Commissioner.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. Just maybe Brian could answer this or the staff. I see we approve these a lot. When we ask for these requests, are we typically granting requests? Is it this simple, or do we run into issues at times working with Met Council or Hennepin County or the city of Minneapolis?
Well, maybe, Cliff, is this something you're working on? I mean, generally, we have land, and it kind of depends on the nature of the request and where it's coming from. We do have an arrangement with the Met Council where they've funded parkland that, depending on what the history of the land is, we may provide the easement free of charge as just kind of our relationship with them, but it kind of depends on the project. Cliff might want to add on to that. It is significant because we're burdening the property by putting these utilities or different infrastructure things on the land. They're necessary for the public, but it's also pretty important. We're going to be maintaining this land for hopefully another 140 years, and we need to know what's going in, and we need to manage it, we need to be aware of it. The planning department is now starting to do ALTA surveys under Mr. Schroeder's direction on all of our land, and that's expensive, just to know what's there. So when something happens, we're prepared to deal with it. So it's just the cost of owning land. And we have to be smart about it, and it makes sense that there is some remuneration by these agencies for the land. You know, one of the things we talk about a lot is that we don't give away our land, right? We're not going to give up our land to other people, but every time you invite another public agency on our land and we accommodate their requests, I'm in a discussion now with the staff about Columbia Golf Course. Everybody wants our land, and let's put more water on Commissioner Myers' golf course, and then at the end of the day, what do you have with it? Why isn't the private sector paying for their water problems somewhere else? But if they dump it on the park board, you're going to have the problem, and then you're going to have to figure out how to pay for it and how to take care of it, and it's a tough balance.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Chair Forney, if I may.
Yes, please, Liz.
Just so, Commissioner Severson, just as a follow-up to Mr. Rice, I would just say that Med Council operates the sanitary sewer system within the metro area. Most of these systems, pipe systems that are under our parks were owned by the city at one time and have been here for years and years and years. The tunnel system that they're going to be working on, spending a considerable amount of money repairing, is an old tunnel system, and state law in the 1970s turned over those city systems to the Met Council. So, yes, we come to you, and we have probably predates your time on the board, but we've come before the board with Met Council projects, and they purchased easements for their work. But we try to cooperate. I think about the north side of Lake Harriet to the bird sanctuary, really a pipe that was ready to fail. They came through and wanted to make those changes so that sewage wasn't going into the lake, et cetera. So they're being good stewards, and I'll say that Met Council is cooperative with us. You see this, the dollar amount and the work that they do, the detours that they put into when they close trails. They've been a good agency to work with, and been supportive of when we ask for things additional, because we ask for a lot from them because they're going to use our property. So we try to follow through on what Mr. Rice is talking about. At the same time, try to make sure that we're good stewards of, in this case, sewage tunnels and pipes that really help to keep Mississippi River clean, and as well as serve the larger metro community.
Thank you, Cliff, for the explanation. Being that we have this addition to the resolution and everything, that's actually quite a bit of money. $284,000, What is it paying for? I mean, I'm assuming it's paying for, it says tree restoration. There will be significant impact to the area, and so it's to, do we restore it, or is the money is for us to restore it? Do they? Excuse me.
Chair Forney, I think if I know or if I understand your question correctly, again, working with our forestry department, they determined valuation of trees that had to be removed. And so there's that value, and that money then can be used to revegetate, go back to the forestry department for adding trees back in. The larger portion of the money that they're paying us, it relates to permanent easement and temporary easement. As they do this construction project, it's a fairly significant project. Again, it's for a tunnel that goes underneath the Minnehaha Creek. So they have to go through and bypass that sewage. They have to go in and camera it and check it all out and make a new liner. And they have to make the liner. They have to put the liner in. So it's a pretty extensive construction project. So again, the majority of the payment is for permanent and temporary easements that go along with this project.
I appreciate that explanation. Like I say, that was a large number and appreciate it. So unless we have some further questions, all those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh. Yes.
Chair Forney, I just wanted to clarify that the original amendment was done by agreement among commissioners, is that versus, because we didn't vote on the amendment. So I just want to, either we have to vote on the amendment
first?
or
Okay.
yes.
Good show. Yes, okay. So on that, all those in favor of the amendment to the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? So moved on that. So now we will then vote on the amended resolution. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? So moved. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? We are adjourned. Aye.
Stay.